Welcome back to part 5. Okay. I guess I want to first start by showing you some of the progress they're making on the house over here. It's looking really nice. They've got these windows that are individual elements now, which are really sweet. So that's super cool. Can't wait for those to have some transparency. That'll be neat too. We got doors that are also the same. Oh, nice. Even that part. Yeah, nice. So lots of really cool stuff in here. The layout's coming along nicely. They got some stairs in here, got lots of rooms. Definitely the whole place is coming. Oh, look at this kitchen. This is like I literally haven't seen a lot of this, so this is really exciting. And we can go up into the attic. You can see over here they've got like a little area to get up, and lots of little work being done, but it is super duper cool. Really excited. Also love this space up here. It's like really brought together kind of what we had discussed. The one thing I will have to let Galactic in the know is I'd kind of prefer for this to be more like that. I think that even that just looks good too. It's just a little too steep, right? But I wanted this whole area to be a little bit more open for when we're spawning people in. Yeah, I don't know, maybe that could work. We'll have to look at it later. I'll just leave it like that to let them know. I'm like, but yeah, you got lots of little rooms in here. Yeah, it's good. It's coming along great. I'm still finding new rooms. Literally, I'm still just finding new room, having already been through here a little earlier. This is pretty cool. Closing out of that, back on track. I'm a little nervous. It's taken me 3+ days to come to this conclusion. So we spent about 2 or 3 days working on just bugs. That was like the end of part 3 and all of part 4. And I've kind of come to this conclusion that we changed so much, we've added so many features that it's time for a major refactor. Now, I had to sneeze 1 second. Now, this might not be necessary, and I think this is the part that's kind of had me going for about 4 hours straight just trying to fix bugs, is there might be just one line of code somewhere in here that could fix it. But I do think that this is a common stage in the process where you've come to the conclusion, like, I know exactly what I want now. Like, I've built all these scripts, and we can keep some of them, but a lot of them need to be restarted from the beginning because we made so many changes from early on when we had like multiple different like lists of spawn points and all sorts of crazy logic. And now we've got, player lobby manager is kind of doing a whole bunch of different things, and game loop manager is doing way more than it should as well. And so we really just need to break these into smaller bite-sized scripts. And it's going to be using a lot of the same principles that we've already been going over. So my plan is to do this off camera, so that way when I go through it, I can do it at like lightning speed. And then at the very end, we'll come back in and I will read back what we've done, what changes we've made, which scripts we were able to keep. Like I think we can keep the check for coin script. I think we can keep the knife and gun scripts. Like there's definitely stuff in here that we can keep. Like the front gate, of course, isn't even tied into the game. So we're going to keep as much as we can, but my plan is to get started with the refactor is removing the script from all of the main elements and then creating a whole section over here with the final version. So anything I decide to keep, I will just slide over, and anything I'm planning to completely restart, I will start building over here and kind of like reimagining what that's going to look like. One of the big things I wanted to implement in this is a way to do testing. And I haven't quite figured out how to do that or if I'm actually going to be able to. So I'm definitely in a little bit of a pickle there because we're creating lists of players and I can't create like a fake player. There's server players, which I could add to a list. And so I've been thinking about that, but I haven't really come up with a conclusion. So I guess the first thing I'll do is just build out the entire game and then consider how that could be done, or just make sure to invite 2 adults, with no offense to our friends who've been coming again. Really appreciate the people who've shown up. It's just been hard to wrangle some of the younger ones. Anywho, so that was the idea behind having a single player mode for debugging. And yeah, so without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and jump into it. If you have any questions at the very end when I am walking through all the scripts, be sure to leave them in the comments. Although personally, I'd actually prefer you go on to our Discord server to ask questions because that's where I check every single day. whereas YouTube comments I don't check as frequently. But yeah, so just vidyuu.com. We have got a link to our Discord. We'll also have it in the description at the end of the video and all that. So would love to have you there where you can ask for questions about this project or any other things you're working on. And without further ado, here we go. I don't have any fear of doing this because I know I can always go to the website facebook.com/Facebook/Horizon/creations and backdate my world if I need to. And so it's not something I'm super concerned about. By the way, the capitalization in Facebook Horizon does matter. It needs to be capital F, capital H for that website URL to work. But the main point here is this has allowed me to look at the script and I read through the previous one over here and just make sure that I've got everything in it. So some of the scripts that I've mostly finished are still over here because I'm still going through them. And then as I've got them working, I work it in. Now, made a couple small changes over here. So we've got a trigger right here on the stage. So you have to be at the top of the stairs. I'll show you why in just a second. We've got a whole array of spawn points out here. And inside, we've got the same thing going on. We still have the detective spawn point and then all of these. And then you'll see on the script, I've changed it up so that each one has a Boolean declaring what it is. So if it's like, if I'm a default spawn, if I'm a courtyard spawn, if I'm a sheriff spawn, and so on. And then those are referencing to up here, where I've now decided to use this is a trimesh object, which is a singular triangle. You'll see it's only rendering one face, which is very similar to our Platonic 01, which you can get out of your asset library from the asset library shapes tab. And so Platonic 01 is 4 of these. And so it's a pretty efficient shape. You can get 100 of them per 1% geometric. And so if I turn off visibility, I know it's not actually accounting against my world. And so that's the reason I'm using that one. I was a little concerned using these that might have more of an impact than I was realizing. And if I got too far along, I couldn't reverse that. So that was kind of my main thought about changing that up. I still think I'm going to change to a different one. Like I would have thought the audio recorder gizmo with no audio in it would be efficient, but I found out the other day that that actually can cause lag because of the number of those being stored on the server, even if there is no audio in it. And I thought, okay, so maybe I'm completely wrong about everything I think and know. So I went with this one. So anyway, I'll change my mind eventually again, I'm sure. We really do need a script holder object to anybody at Meta listening right now. So anyway, so I've moved it onto those shapes. We can show them if you're curious. So it just looks like that. And then I did start breaking the scripts up. I did make one change to the front gate trigger that I think is worth telling you about, not need to do anything. So I changed it from using the occupied and empty events, and I created my own version of that by actually creating a list of players inside the trigger and then checking it. If it's equal to 0 when a player enters, then we know to open the gate. And if it's 0 when a player exits, then we know to close the gate. And when world is exited by player, we also check and remove them. I would continue using occupied and empty if I were you. I did this because I thought maybe it would change it so that when I'm in build mode and I accidentally go through this trigger and then I hit play mode, script, play. Oh, it didn't go off. The other trick that makes it go off is if you walk into it like this, go into build mode and then hit play. Yeah, so the trigger is still storing that sort of data in it. So I still need to hit stop play twice to make sure that information isn't stored in there. And by the time you're working on this, I mean, depending on when you're watching this video, that bug might have already been fixed. But anyway, that's why I was testing that. And so continuing through here, you can see I've broken things up into smaller segments. I don't have teleporting working yet, but I'm preparing to get that in next. And so in here, I've got a TP events, which is just taking in events like sheriff teleport, respawn to the sheriff spot, default teleport, respawn to one of the default spots, default teleport with a list of players, cycle through that list of players. And so I basically broke this into a bunch of individual scripts components, which isn't as efficient as what I was trying to do previously, but even though I might have to make a change in 2 places, I felt like this was less likely to have an error appear out of nowhere and was a little bit easier to just make sure everything was working correctly. So like with the death teleport, we know to go to the courtyard. And with the default teleport, we know to use the defaults. And so it just like isn't the way I would have liked to have done it, but I also feel like there's a less likely chance of a bug appearing here, which is why I'm doing it this way. We've also got initialization phases, which I have been putting at the bottom of the scripts. And we're going to go through this all once I'm done with everything, but I just wanted to see if there's anything to share. Like I've got position types in here, and I'm passing the type parameter as a string and then checking it, adding it to the list. And then I've got a check variable event where I'm checking to see if the variables are not equal to 0 by using the minimum. I can see if there's 0. I could have used like less than 0, but that should not be the case since we're using length of, which would return 0 or positive. So anyway, we go and see if any of these are 0, then we know that there's an error. So we show a pop-up to everybody to let everyone in the world know. So if I'm in a published world and I get this pop-up, it gives me a detailed information about where the error is. Because you can't see like your debug console when you're in a published world. So this is one way to get that feedback. Even though this will never happen, most likely than not, at least if it does happen, we got some information. So I've been trying to work in some pop-ups to show like, hey, there's a bug. Just flag anytime something happens the way we wouldn't expect it. And then we send check vars to self, so it just constantly keeps checking, which could cause the bug to fix itself. So that's why there's this extra check in there. And then this TP manager is what I'm going to be building next, which is going to be using a special new event manager, which I'll show you in a second. And so I haven't written anything in here yet. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Is anyone in here? No? Okay. Okay, so then So then I created this new TP manager, and the idea behind this one is to separate the teleporting events from the managing of like when to teleport. And so I haven't written this one yet, but the idea was just to kind of keep breaking it into smaller chunks, right? So you got spawn register, goes to TP events, TP manager sends out TP events, and then the TP manager needs to know when to teleport, and that's where the custom event manager comes in, which is doing something really cool. And so over here in our events tab, you will know about all the common events, right? Like when player enters world, when player exit world. But you might want to know about something like when the game has started. And so what I've done is I've created a custom event manager that receives these events. So when the game started, it's going to receive that from the clock manager. And then on my TP manager, I can say, well, when game started is received, you'll see right here, we send get players to the queue trigger manager, which is another major change. But then that's going to go ahead and get all the players that are currently in the queue. And so yeah, we get that by connecting to the custom event manager, the game started event to local event game started. And that's how we're able to receive it, which is very similar to being able to receive like when world is entered by player and other events like that. And you'll find connections here at the bottom where it says connect to event. So that's pretty cool. It allows us to get custom events and then broadcast custom events. So anytime I need to broadcast information, I'm going to send it to this custom event manager, and then it can be received in multiple places. So like when the end game event is received, it'll be sent to this custom event manager, which removes the end game manager that we used to have. And so the other thing that I've done is I've made that queue trigger a all it's doing now, rather than turning itself off and on and like being concerned about the timing, all it's doing is tracking what players are inside of it. And so it's literally just doing when trigger is entered, add to list, when trigger is exited, remove from list. If the world is exited and they're in the trigger, remove them from the list. And then also send this courtyard trigger first player event to custom event manager. Courtyard trigger no players event to custom event manager, which allows those events to be received. And I'm going to have some other events that are going to be broadcast. But then we also have the get event here where you can get players from. So when a requester sends this event to them, they then send get players to the requester with the players list. And when the world is started, we listen to events from my trigger. What's cool about this is we know that the players, when they get teleported, will automatically get removed from this list. So this will work great. But unfortunately, it means that the CY trigger no players event is going to get sent out. So anybody who needs to use this no players or first player event needs to recognize what the current state is of the game. And we'll get to that when you see the video later. But anyway, just thought I'd share. This is a pretty cool way to get the information without having to send it out from this trigger. It's just being stored here locally. And so then you have a clock manager. And the clock manager, what I did differently here is very similar to with the TP manager, where instead of having it all in one single countdown event and then just doing a bunch of if statements, to reduce the chances of a bug, I have broken it into multiple events, which means it's a lot harder to make a change to all three of these countdowns. So we have the queue countdown, the last call countdown, and the game timer countdown. And while they are very similar, and in our previous version of this, we had them all as one with slight variances, this is now this is much less likely to have an issue than the other one is, because they are separated into their own loops. And so I'm okay with that, even though it's not as efficient. So, but it is also pretty easy to read too, which is nice. You can see, this is not as easy to read. This one's a little more complicated, but maybe I'll make it cleaner later. But the thing that's happening in here that's really cool is we actually have a game state, game phases list, which shows the 4 different phases. So you have paused, queuing, last call, and gameplay. And so as the stages are going through these different phases, different things can happen. And yeah, so we'll look at this some more in a little bit. The last thing I was going to show you is why we move the trigger. And oh, the variable manager. Yeah, this one here. So what this variable manager does is it sends out the variables. So rather than having debugging on a specific object, this is like one central place that can be able to turn debug mode off and on, and sends out the various variables that change with debug mode. And so that's what that variable manager is. Go ahead and hit play. And now when we go into the world, we can see that the reason that the trigger isn't right here is so you can read the text better. So now you can walk up the stairs and read it. It says step up to start next game. And then it says starting queue, starting in 10. And we're in debug mode right now, otherwise it would be 30 seconds. And so it's going to cycle through. It's going to realize there's not 3 players in this trigger. So then it's going to have a start failed event here. And so it's going to say game start failed, 3 players required. And then it says starting queue again. And it automatically starts as long as there's someone in here, and it'll stop. So this is pretty neat. So it's in a pause state right now. When I walk away, we're now in pause. Now we're in the start, the queue phase. And we did test this a little bit earlier, so everything is working pretty nicely. So anywho, that is just kind of like the quick mini update as we're going through. And I'm going to head back into it. That was like, just for reference, that was like, I don't know, maybe 3 hours of work to get through. But I'll be back again. It might be in another day, but we'll talk again soon. Well, it'll be instant. Welcome. We are now like 66% done, which is pretty good. So I just thought I'd give you a quick update. Got Euphoria Not Too Late here to help demonstrate. Thank you guys. So the first thing is you can see there are a ton more scripts. And while that probably sounds daunting, it's about the same amount of code and it's a lot easier to read. So when we do get to the very end of this writing, I'm going to break down every single thing. So that'll be the last bit of this video, which I'm assuming is going to be a long one because there's obviously a lot to go through. But I just wanted to quickly share with you where we're at, do another little check-in. And so we've got 3 scripts left to go through, which is check for coins, which should be an easy tie-in. Game Loop Manager has the pop-ups for the ad lib, so the end of the game. So I've left those in there to get some ideas for how we're going to do the ad lib. The front door escapes we never actually did, but we still need to do that. So really, we're pretty close to being exactly where we left off, except we're bug-free, and that is fantastic. Now, there was a bug that we talked about in the last part where when you sent an event with lists as parameters and you cleared it in that same event, right, like after sending the event, it would clear the list in the event that you were sending. We were still experiencing that here. So to get around that, we just wrote the code better and did if game isn't started, do some stuff. We'll get to that later, obviously. The other thing is just we're going to have the attic pop-up needs to be tied in a little bit better. The adlib end game needs to be tied in. There's a note we need to make. Do you mind writing a text object that says we need to make it sure the murder pop-up disappears when the game's over?
Oh, yeah, I'll gladly do that.
Thank you. And then our weapon manager hasn't been done yet. So anything that has this on it needs work. So these 3 things need to be worked on. There might be some work to do on the pop-up manager related to the thing that Uptulate's writing down. The teleport manager is done, player role assigner is done, clock manager. And so as you can see, a lot of these things are just elements that we had in the other scripts. So we've just broken them out into smaller pieces. So like player role assigner does one thing, then player status tracker is tracking the status of those players during the game. And then checking if enough players is just checking if there's enough players to like actually end the game. And so these 3 used to be a part of another script that had some of this other stuff. So it was like 4 scripts in one. And so that's been broken down. And so while it looks like a lot, it is a lot easier to work with and work through. And it did add some new ones in, like these 3. that haven't been worked on. Anyway, so there's a lot of good stuff to go through. We talked a little bit about this last time, I believe. And now I'd just like to quickly demo how the game works and where we're at and how it's all going. But yeah, we got all the pieces tied in. Events are being shared. Oh, and the really cool thing, which I really want to show you for you, so I guess we'll start with, is if you go into this gate and then you go in the opposite direction, it opens based off the direction that you enter the gate. And so I was going to show you for you how we did that. So if you open up the front gate trigger, all we did is we added this thing called set current player direction. So when the trigger is entered by a player, if they're the first person to enter, and if you were using occupied, you won't have this if statement, you'll just do this on occupied. So you set the current player direction to be a normalized vector, which is something we'll get to in a second, but you take the torso position of the player and you subtract from it my position, which is the position of self stored on world start. So that's the position of the trigger. So we create a direction vector. What normalizing does is it makes it a length of 1 meter, which we'll use for math in a little bit. So under operators, down under vector math, you'll see that there is normalize. So that's how we're doing that. So we normalize our direction vector to be current player direction, and then we set the Boolean normal direction to be true if the dot product of the for direction of self, which we save on world start, and the current player direction is greater than 0. And so what the dot product does is it returns a value between +1 and -1, where +1 means that the two directions are parallel and -1 means they're pointing in the opposite direction. And so when you enter the trigger, so from over here, this is be the normal direction and the for direction's facing this way. It then is subtracting the position to here to get another direction. And so if you enter from over here, it's like 0.7 would be the value that it returns. But if you enter head on, it'll be close to 1. And so any side of this that you enter on is going to be a positive value. And any side of this that you enter the trigger will be a negative value. And so that's going to set this Boolean to be either true for our normal direction or false. And so then we come down to our open gate event, and we have that Boolean in here which says if normal direction, do it just like we did before, else where it was previously positive, we make it negative, and where it was negative, we make it positive. So we're just reversing the way that we're adding and subtracting the rotate by. And then close gate is the same as before. Pretty neat. What do you think there, Euphoria?
That is awesome.
Right? So you remember in Murder Manor how when you entered the door, it would open? We're going to do that for all the doors in the manor. So we'll have that same script running on all our doors. All right. Let's go ahead and hit play and give this a quick 1-2. And yeah, so we walk up the stairs. Up here, we start getting queued. We can walk away. We get removed. So very similar setup to what we had before. Really trying to keep pretty much everything the same, just catching back up to where we were. And now we're starting. And we're in. It gives me a pop-up. So now we have pop-ups for all the roles. So murder, innocent, and sheriff. And now let's have the sheriff go ahead and kill the murderer. Nice. And we all get respawned. So that worked great. Now, if he shoots me with that out here, that's going to get reset. At some point, we'll actually put in a reset for that when the game is over, which isn't super hard to do now that we've got everything working. But I've been at this for about 8 hours today. So I'm the murderer. So I'm going to do a quick murder kill. Oh, where'd you go? Oh, there. I thought you ran away. You're right there. Anyway. And then if I try to use this out here, it gets respawned. But yeah, at some point we'll tie that into the respawn. And yeah, just having been at this for 8 hours, it's time to call it. And appreciate y'all coming out. We'll finish the video probably tomorrow, which will be instantaneously for you guys. So I'll see you there. And sorry that we couldn't show it step by step, but doing it like this, where I'm not talking out loud, has made it a lot faster and a lot easier. So appreciate y'all. And if you have any questions, please do join us on Discord. And yeah, bye for now. I guess for me it's bye, but for you it's see you in a second. Whew. Good morning, good evening, and good day, good afternoon, whatever it is for you. Great to have you back. We are here heading into build mode, and things are looking pretty promising. You'll notice a couple of these have disappeared. Still need to make a weapon manager. Weapon manager is going to place a bunch of the different weapons around and all that. Newspaper manager is coming along nicely. We've got newspaper articles. You can't read it right now because it's on white, but at night you can read it. And lots of things, coming along quite nicely. Now, I did kind of want to give you a quick update which is our goal is to release on Wednesday. Today it's Sunday, so we don't have a ton of time, and we are making steady progress on the design, getting new things implemented. It's hard to completely see, but things are coming along nicely. And so with the time crunch, I think my plan is to just keep pushing forward on these scripts. And once I am done, I'm going to do the breakdown video for everything. This does unfortunately mean we're not going to have a lot of in depth. I'll quickly run you through what I've got on my to do list here, other than we need to do the unlocking and game over pop up. We need to add a respawn trigger, which is kind of silly, but an easy one. Need to do when you join late, there's going to be a 1 in 10 chance of becoming the murderer. You'll see that later. The splitting of the headline up. Oh, so this script, and this is part of the reason I did want to kind of like wait, is because as close as I am to being able to show this off, I built this script, and this script needs to be split as well. So, hey, Matthew. So this script needs to be split up. So I just wanted to kind of like take care of some of those things off camera because I think it'll make it a lot easier to read and share how it was done. Add a body generator. So we're currently only generating headlines for the newspaper, no body. Move build to grid. Okay, so we got to move down onto the grid to get us ready for release. Player variables and stats. Those are pretty easy to add in, but we'll show how that was done later. The weapon types. So we're going to have multiple types of weapons. So a little bit of refactoring here and there. Leaderboards need to get added. Kudos board. Well, that's not something I can show you, unfortunately. Add date to newspaper. So I want to add the current date. And so a lot of these things are pretty small. They're cool things, but we'll show it how it was done in the breakdown video. So that is something I'm excited about. I mean, the thing that I really wanted to do with this breakdown video is kind of be able to say, this is the entire thing. Like there's no changes to it. There's nothing you need to be worried about like changing in like a part 6. So part 5, this should be the final part. We'll see. You never know. But there might be other stuff we add later. So then it says other stats to track. So like the number of locks unlocked, weapons used, how many deaths by each type of weapon, time in the world, games played. So we'll have to create some stats trackers. Yeah. And then that's pretty much it for what is there to do. We have to do the unlocking for escaping, but really, if you've been following this series of videos and you were able to keep up with all of this, I don't think any of the things that we're going to be tackling are that crazy. So when we get to the breakdown video, it should be pretty easy to understand how it was done and learn maybe some new concepts. So without further ado, I am going to go ahead and end this here, and I will come back probably in a couple days with the breakdown video. So I will see you then. Maybe I'll do some more updates as we progress if there's anything really like I want to share. So, but thank you so much, and I will talk to you soon. Bye. Welcome back. As you can see, things are exploding here, and I was about to write some script that is related to all of these large ones. So this is all about the newspapers. We got a newspaper manager, today's date, note-taking journalist. We've got a headline generator, body generator, headline words, body words. And while that was working pretty decently, before I went to bed last night, I just started scribbling notes in my journal. And I came up with an idea that I think is so much better, and I want to show you. But first, I'll quickly show you the newspaper. Looking pretty good here. You'll have to either pause or come read it in the real one. You can see the date up here, which is pretty cool. I guess I could quickly show you the date making thing because that's pretty easy. Everything else we're going to go over in just a second because I have a new idea on how to do it. So today's date for this newspaper is basically getting the day of month from the current date and time. That's under your operators tab. Scrolling all the way down, you'll see time for current timestamp, current date and time. And then we can get day of week, the month of the year, and then we get those values from a list. So I've got lists of the day or the months. I got a list of days of the week, and then I can get that value as the index from list. And then we also have post fixes for all the dates of the month. So like first, second, third, and so on. Which did I do on there? Did I just not notice it because it's so good? Oh, it's so good. Yeah, I didn't even notice 13th. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. And basically we then go and say set display me to be the font plus get item day of the week from day of the week. Get display me plus the comma followed by and a space followed by get item month -1 from the months list since index is -1. Although day of the week is actually starting at 0, which was interesting. Post fix is that first, second, or third, etc. That little ND ST or TH. And then we get that for the day of the month. And I do have it set where if it's a period, that means it's a TH since that's the most common. So I don't have to type anything in because period is the default. And then we get display me plus space, and then the day of the month as a string plus the postfix. And then we add a comma plus a space, and then the year, which is just year as string. And then we display that on self. That's how that works, which is pretty neat. So what we're going to do next, though, I'm going to start with a brand new section of scripts over here. We might want to be tied into the custom event thing. I'm not really sure. So I have a default script here that has all of this stuff to connect into the custom event manager, which you're going to learn more about soon. So we're going to keep this, but only because it's referenced as everything else is just getting deleted. I don't even need to get game started. So this first one is going to be the store words. So this stores words. Store words. And so what we do is we create a list of words over here. So we're going to create a string list. And these can either be, so we're basically making an ad lib generator. And so we need to create lists of specific types of verbs, adjectives, nouns, etc. So I started writing some down last night and looking at my list here. The first one is different words to say they survived, escaped death, etc. Also for dies. And one that I think would be a little bit easier to just show as a principle is the location. No, that one's got to be stored from something else. Never mind. Time of day. Time of day will be a lot easier. Yeah, let's do time of day because that should be super simple. So time and then capital O, capital D, time of day, press confirm. And so the different options for the time of day include evening, and we have night. And I think what I wanted to do was write these in. Let me read my notes. It says like yesterday evening, last night. So it really emphasizes when it happened. So it'd be yesterday evening, last night. And then we could do other ones like early this morning. And we'll scroll back to the beginning. And so we just need a list of all the different possibilities. And so another way to say early this morning would be before dawn, or just before dawn. Just before dawn. And so then I have a thing I've written out on paper that kind of shows where this might get filled in as an example. And so my thing says, let's go find where I said time of day. It says, tragedy befalls our small town here in the metaverse. Story about dies or survives at time of day. So it would say the story is about Lake05, who dies just before dawn, early this morning, last night, yesterday evening. And so you kind of just like fill it in, make sure it fits, because sometimes the postfix also like it does it in, excuse me, that's not the right word. Does it end in an ed or an ing, and those sort of things also matter. So just kind of making sure it says so and so dies early this morning, and I will keep thinking about that. But yeah, so just before dawn, and then I wanted to do just after dusk, just after dusk. And you can have as many of these as you want, right? So yesterday evening, last night, early this morning, just before dawn, just after dusk. Could also just say yesterday, dies yesterday. And so there's all these different variations, but they, did we say this morning? Just a plain old this morning, middle of the night, dies in the middle of the night would be good. In the middle of the night. Now, there's going to be a lot of these lists, and what you're going to quickly note is that this list has already taken up 1% of script capacity, and I believe the more items I add, the more that percentage should go up. We'll just double check. There it goes. It went hit 2%. So as we create lots and lots of these lists, this is going to get pretty script intense. So the plan is to store as many of these on a singular object. If we need to have multiple objects, we can. And then we're going to send these off as values. So we send event to an object. So we need to reference the object that needs to know about the list. And so we're going to go create an object called the fill in, or maybe the blank filler. So the thing that's going to fill in the blanks. And so then we're going to send to the blank filler the list of words. And I should have one in here already. What do I call that? Update list. Okay. So we're going to send update list to the blank filler with the time of day list, but we need to tell it what this list is. So what I like to do first is send an ID value to note what it is. So we'll say time of day is the next parameter. And then the ID for time of day could either be like time of day all written out, but it could also be an abbreviation like TOD. But because I expect to have a lot of these on my list over here, I've got about 15 or even 20 already written down, then I'm going to want to maybe have it a little more detailed, because there might be something else that is TOD or something that does duplicate. So rather than just doing that. So now we are sending update list to a blank filler. So now that we've got the store words, we now need to pass those on to another script. So we're going to just, actually, I think I'm going to duplicate this one and then set this right there. And so this one is going to be called the blank filler. Blank filler. And I forgot to capitalize the B. Capital B, there we go. So we got our blank filler. And so update list will be received. So we'll say when event, and then we'll scroll down to get update list. And that's going to be received with the ID parameter, which is a string. So we'll go string called ID. Press confirm. And then the next one is a list of strings, which is the list. So the list, press confirm. So now that we have this, we want to do one thing first, which is make sure that this list has values in it. We can actually delete this when world is started now. We can also go to our variables tab and delete the blank filler, and we can delete these values, because remember, this takes up script capacity. So even though it was already pre-filled, we want to make sure this is empty to save our script on our percentage here. Okay, so what we're checking is that the list length is greater than 0. So we're going to go and grab the number input 0 and say, is the length of list greater than 0? If that's the case, we can then set our list with that ID to be this time. So we set time of day to the list. Now what's interesting about this is that we didn't use an if statement as well in here. So we need to say if the time equals time of day. So we'll go grab the equals equals, and then we say if ID, and then we'll go grab a string input and fill this out as time of day. Okay, now we will say if ID time of day is received, set time of day to the list. Now I've put this else in here to remind me that we need to go to our actions tab and scroll down and grab a show pop-up for all players, which is how I notate that there is a bug. So we say show timer is false, and the size or the time is 3 seconds and the size is 2. And then the text, I would just say no items in list. So we'd say blank filler, colon, update list, colon, no items. And then I'll add a break here. There we go. And then I do like to test these on world start just to see what the pop-up looks like. And theoretically, this pop-up should never go off if we've done this correctly. but I'll explain one caveat to that in a second. So we're going to go script, stop, clear. Oh, I forgot to attach this script to something. We're going to need to go over here and grab, let's say, the body generator for now. And what we're going to do is put that right there, and we're going to attach the blank filler script. So we'll drop down, select blank filler. You'll notice that the custom event manager maintains its connection. This is because I'm using, first of all, the same script over there, this game, so the name matches. And as long as the name is matched, it automatically references the previous one that had the same name. So now that I've got that in there, we can duplicate this and then put that right here and attach the store words script. So drop down and grab store words. And because they have the same parameter, you'll notice that that is stayed filled out. We can then fill out the blank filler. There we go. And then I'll turn these to none. The other thing that you can do if you have a lot of these animated objects is select them all once you're ready to publish your world and turn the animation off. Now with that, we have got all of this well set up. So let's see, blank filler should now receive the words. We should now get the pop-up. So let's see what that pop-up looks like. Blank filler, update list, no items. Perfect. So that is great. We can now go ahead and delete this when world is started. And there's one other error that could happen, which is right here. If we go through this if statement, which will have else ifs for other IDs. So I'll quickly go and type in other ID. Then we would set time of day for some other ID, or excuse me, some other list to this list. Then there's an else statement here at the end, which says, I've gone through all the IDs that are available and there is no ID. So it's going to say not no items. It'll say no ID match. There we go. Perfect. So now we've got two ways to debug print if there's an error. Now, the one caveat I mentioned earlier is that you might have multiple objects running store words. And so over here, when we send this out, the list, there might be so many lists here that it takes up 100% script capacity. So we have to make another script. So you could duplicate this. There's a lot of ways you could do it. I think if I was to do, if I do hit the 100% capacity, which I don't think I'm going to, I would actually duplicate this as a stack and create store words 2 and just have a separate scripted script and script element to store the second set of words, and then send those all to the blank filler, and that shouldn't have any problems. The other thing you could do is if you do have all of the lists on here, you might be able to actually open this up and attach. Oh, no, you can't. Okay, you can't fill out the words from there. So yeah, I mean, then you have to fill out the words in here. So you definitely have to double the script up, and that's okay. So that should work. Cool, all good. Okay, so then our blank filler has now got the list of values, and we can add as many lists as we want. I'm going to delete this else if for now, but that's how we will add additional ones in the future. And we're going to go create another event, which is fill the blank. So we're going to create a new event called fill the blank. Fill the blank. And then we'll press confirm. Now this is going to be received with an ID as well. Although I think we're actually going to call this the blank or blank type, and press, blank type, press confirm. So we're going to receive blank type, and we also need to know who the requester is. We're going to create an object called requester, and then confirm. And I'm going to move blank type to the other side. And I realize I've actually done this poorly, so I'm going to try again. Object lowercase requester, and string input blank type. Okay, press confirm. There we go. So we got fill the blank is received with requester and blank type. Now what we can do is at the very end of this, we need to know what the fill in is. So we're going to create a new string value called the fill in, and press, that's hard to read, fill, we'll call it the filler. That sounds good. And then we're going to set the filler somewhere up in here. So we'll just grab that set to, and then we're going to grab a just empty string input for now. And then we're going to send the filler as a parameter to the requester. And we might need to send the blank type back through. So maybe we will send blank type with the filler. And I'll show you why in a minute. So we set filler to something, and then we send fill the blank back. So we're going to go send fill the blank to the requester with blank type and the filler. And then the filler is going to be using an if statement. So we're going to go grab if. And what we need to do is match the blank type. So similar to up here where we use time of day, we're going to create another, we're going to grab time of day. And then what I am intending to do is instead of using time of day like that, I was actually planning to put it into square brackets like this, just to kind of keep a classic look that I think we're all pretty familiar with. So we're going to say, does the blank type equal time of day? If it does, set filler to be a random item from list. So we're then going to go down to our list and get item from list. And this item will be a random number, and it'll make sure to be an integer. So random number right there returns 0 and returns an integer, which is a whole value. Between 0 and the length of list, we'll go back down and grab length of our time of day list, and then get that from the time of day list. And now we've got a way to set our filler, and then we're going to receive that back. And so now we need one additional script, which we're going to make out of a more custom, another one of these. There we go. Slide that right there. Open up. I don't think we need any of this for now, so I'm going to delete it. And then what we're going to do is keep a when world is started. We're going to receive an event, and then we're going to, for the sake of showing this demonstration today, we're going to debug print the message. So you'll remember we're going to get the fill the blank event coming back. So we'll go grab fill the blank is coming back with number 1 is the ID. What do we call that? Blank ID? Let's check. I like to keep the same verbiage. We called it the blank type. Okay. So we're going to go grab string called blank type. And then we're going to create another string, which is the filler. Okay, press confirm. And then we're going to debug print the filler. Just as a demo to get started and make sure this is working, we're then going to send event fill the blank. So we'll go down to F, A, B, C, D, E, F, fill the blank to not self with self as a parameter, followed by the blank type. And we need to know the blank type. So we're going to go ahead and create a current string, not list, just a string called BLTYPE. It's just as a filler for now. And we're going to type in that as we did before, which was square brackets. And it was time, capital O of day. There we go. So we've got our blank type as time of day. We send that as the parameter here. And then we should, we need to send that to a new object, which is the blank filler. So we'll go fill out our lowercase b. Blank filler. There we go. Confirm. So send to the blank filler, self and BL type, and we should get the filler back. So now we just need to duplicate this, set that on top. Oh, we need to give this script a name. So we're going to call this the add lib demo. I'll come up with a better name later when I know what it's actually going to do. So then we're going to go and attach the add lib demo, and we now need to reference the blank filler. So I'll reference that over here, realizing these all have the name set from earlier. So we're going to change this to add lib demo. There we go. And this one is the blank filler. I'll let you know that this is not required. It's just nice so that if you're ever looking at a property panel, you know what you're looking at. So you could look at the script and be like, oh, I know because I'm looking at the script. And that works. Trust me, I did that for years, literally years. But I'm now at the point where I like to have my things named. And it's just personal preference. Store words. Okay. Like that and adding comments are just like quality of life improvements I greatly appreciate nowadays. Clear, play. Can't get list item, expected items 0 to 1 got 0. Stop, play. Is it because they were fighting for timing? I think they were. So we got just before dawn. Let's stop this and let's go add a brief delay because we were sending this immediately, and so was the list was also getting filled out immediately. So they were fighting for which one happens first. So we're gonna go give this a 1 second delay. Fill the blank to blank filler, 1 second, self and blank type, and delete. All right, and clear and play. 1 second later, we get early this morning. Very nice. So now what we want to do is create a really brief story that we can fill out. So we're sending fill the blank with the blank filler on world start. We're actually going to create a new event, which is going to be called, we're going to call this the generate story. Okay, and confirm. And generate story is going to have a story to fill out. So we're going to create a string called story demo. This is just a demonstration. I'm going to do it much different later. We're going to delete time of day. So the fill the blank will not work, but we're going to move that into here. We do need to send generate story to self after 1 second. So let's quickly rewrite a few of these lines. So we're going to fill this back to being fill the blank. And there it is. Sending that to the blank filler, self. We don't have a blank type yet, so we'll have to fill that out. This one is going to self, and this is going to be called generate story. So we'll send generate story after 1 second. And then generate story needs to know what the blank type is. And so we're going to create a new string called current blank type and press confirm. Now we need to be able to get the current blank type. And so what we're looking for is the very first square bracket and the second square bracket in a string. So if we go into a story demo and we say, sorry, I'm trying to write a good story, which is silly because it's just a demo. Tragedy fell upon this land, and then we'll do time of day. So we go time, capital O of day, square bracket. Tragedy fell upon this land late last night, comma, something else, exclamation point. Okay, so that's our really brief story. And so we need to get these values. So what we need to know is the start index. So we'll say start index, press confirm, and we need to know the end index, number end index, press confirm. And now we can set these values by finding them. So we go start index, end index, and we're going to go through this one at a time. So if our ad lib has a bunch of these, you'll see how we can do a bunch of them in a moment. So our start index is going to be get the index, go down to string, substring of string, index of substring in string. So we get the index of the substring, which is down here. We grab string input. So the string we're looking for is the square bracket. And then we're also going to be getting the other bracket, which is this one. And that is from the story demo. So now that we've got our start index or an end index, we can actually go get a string with these values. So to do that, we'll go back to our operators and we can get a substring of string. So substring of string. And what we're going to do is use our set to, dragging that to here, and we're going to set the current blank type. And we're going to set the current blank type to be a substring of string, and we're going to duplicate this to here. So now we just need to fill out this substring of string. So it is a substring of the story demo. The start index we have right here. The end index helps us determine the length. And so what we'll do is take the end index and subtract the start index, which should give us the length of it. So we'll go subtract. Start index is subtracted from the end index because this value should be larger. That should give us a length, which then gives us the substring. And because I'm not confident that this is exactly what we're looking for, I'm going to debug print this so we can at least see it. We then send fill the blank to the blank filler with self and the current blank type, which is then going to give us the filler. And we're going to then use that to fill in this section that we've determined we want to cut out. And then we'll send generate story again until there is no start index and end index. So to do that, we're going to go ahead and hit clear, play. Wait a second. Time of day, we missed one. And how do we don't have an error for when this happens. Add lib demo trymesh. Oh, it returned empty? So let's go take a look at our blank filler. Our blank filler was not designed to get an error. And so what it's doing is it's still sending a blank filler. So what we need to do is instead is say if, and then we're going to check if it's empty. So we say if the filler is empty, we're going to debug print an error. So we'll do string input of nothing. We'll just do a backspace there, so there's nothing in there. And then we're going to need to set filler at the very beginning to be empty. So we set filler to empty. We then do update it, and if it is equal to empty, we do an error. So let's actually change this to an if not empty. And then, oops, come on. There you go. And then we'll grab the not equal to. So if filler does not equal empty, then we know we can send fill the blank. Else we have an error, so we'll go grab our else. And then I think we've got our pop-up text up here. And so we'll say there isn't no items, and it's not the update list. This is the fill the blank function. So we'll say fill the blank, and we'll say no matches, right? Because there were no matches. No matches. And then I'm going to put a colon, and we're going to put in a plus symbol. And then we'll demo this because we know there's an error in our code. We can demo what this looks like. And then we'll add, make sure there's a space there, there is, the blank type. So we can visually see as a pop-up what the error is if this ever happened in publish mode. So now if I hit clear, play, we should get a pop-up blank filler, fill the blank, no matches for time of day. And you can notice there's no end bracket. And so what we need to do is go into our end index minus start index and add 1 to it. And so we're going to create a new number value called length. Yep. Press confirm. And then we're going to set length to be +1 of what we calculated before. And then we can grab this to here. We can go put length here and here. And then, we got a 1 right there. Perfect. So now that should work with no errors. So we'll go ahead and clear and play. And we receive time of day is what was pulled out. And then we received yesterday as the result. So we can now delete the debug print here. And like that, we have got a good starting point. So now we need to fill this in. And so to fill this in, we are going to use the start index and end index to clear out that section. And that's a little scary, ain't it? I was going to return the blank type because that would allow us to do more than one at a time, but I would much rather us not receive the blank type and just receive the filler and do one at a time. So if we go into our blank filler, we're no longer going to send the blank type back. We're just going to send the filler. And this is going to create a loop that is one item after the next, which I think will be a lot easier to work with because we've saved these values as variables. So when this comes through, we need to update our story demo. And now we're going to debug print the story. That's our goal. And so we're going to update this first by removing from the string. So there should be a way to go to string and remove from string starting at index. So if we remove the length from the story demo string starting at the start index, we should now receive it without the section in there. So let's actually debug print both so we can see one with and one without. So we'll clear and play. And now we've got tragedy fell upon this land, time of day, something else. Tragedy fell upon this land, space, comma, space, something else. And so this is definitely working. So now what we need to do is we can delete this. We now need to place this in. And so to place this in, we now need to set story demo once again, not to be removing anything else. Now we're going to insert a substring at an index. So we're going to insert the filler at the index, start index, into the story demo, and that hopefully does what we expect. We'll see. Tragedy fell upon this land just before dawn, something else. Oh my gosh, it's brilliant. And we could do that again and we'll get a different one, maybe. Yeah, fell upon this land yesterday, something else. Look at that. We are on track, aren't we? Okay, so with this done, we now need to create a loop that causes this to end once we run out. So let's just go in and add a few more of these. Something else happened, and then we'll do time of day. So we'll do another time of day, time, capital O, and note that these capitals do really matter when we're doing this ad lib generator. And then we'll do one more time of day just to demonstrate 3 of these. Time of, and then when we're done, what we'll do is we'll add another list to prove that you can use multiple lists and how that works, just in case you're having any questions. But it should be pretty straightforward at this point, how this is going to go once we get this next little loop in. Okay, so we got our story demo with 3 different times a day. It should do the first one first, then we need to do the second one. So to do the second one, we're going to say, if a thing is true, and the thing that we're checking is if the index is greater than 0. And you might be wondering, what in the world? What does that mean? And I'll show you. So we hit undo, and we're checking to see if the, and we're going to set this down here. So we're going to set start index to be the index of this bracket in the story demo. And if that start index is greater than 0, we know that there is more to be filled out. So in that case, we send the event generate story to self. So then we'll go grab generate story, get sent to self, which will then cause it to go off until there are no more things to fill in. The query in my head is there a way to make it so that this start index little thing doesn't have to be run? Because we're going to be running it twice now, but I guess that's okay. It's not the end of the world. We could actually just put this here and delete that because we're not using that variable. And I think that's a little cleaner. Maybe not, but that's what I'm going to go with. So let's go ahead and clear and play. And now what we should see is 3 debug prints. It says, tragedy fell upon this land yesterday. Something else happened, time of day, time of day. Tragedy fell upon this land yesterday. Something else happened yesterday evening, time of day. Tragedy fell upon this land yesterday. Something else happened yesterday evening, yesterday evening. Well, we've got yesterday, yesterday evening, and yesterday evening, but it did work. We can stop, clear, and play that again. And now we've got tragedy fell upon this land. Early this morning, something else happened just before dawn last night. So as you can see, that is working incredibly well. And if we want this to only debug print the final result, we add an else statement right here, and then we debug print the story once this is no longer true, meaning there's no items left. So we can do that one more time just as a demo, clear and play. And you'll see that we just get 1, tragedy fell upon this land this morning, something else happened yesterday, last night. And that really is the start of this. So if we want to add another one of these to the list, let's just start back at the top with store words. And let me look at my list of ones that I actually need to put in here. And another one that I need to put in is happy verb, like party, feel safe, make friends, eat tacos, etc. Let's go create a happy verb. So new string list called happy verb. And then press confirm. And we'll just go and fill out some of those that we said. Let's see, it started with, did it start with happy? Oh, it says start with party. So it starts with party, and then feel safe, and then it goes eat tacos. I think there's a couple others in there. And this might seem like a really strange one, a happy verb, but it does make a lot of sense, and I'll show you why in a second. Make friends. Yes, make friends makes a lot of sense for this specific filler. Backspace, make friends. And so the goal is to make this as generic as possible, that we can create potentially tens of these stories to fill out, and then choose one story and then just quickly fill it out with a new set of ad libs. So in this story that I've written, the first like tester one, the I spelled make friends as if it was a variable. Whoops. Backspace the capital F. No capital F's up in this joint. Yay. Drop some F's in the chat for that capital F, okay? Sorry, I cracked myself up. So here it is. It says, this devastating news has left many wondering, when will we ever happy verb again? So it could say, when will we ever party again? When will we ever feel safe again? When will we ever eat tacos again? Which is just for funsies. That one's for Oculus. Cheers, Oculus. And then, when will we ever make friends again? And so you can see how these verbs that I've kind of come up with make a lot of sense. And if you try to describe this as well as possible, it becomes useful in multiple scenarios. And so now we're going to go ahead and send update list to the blank filler with the happy verb list. And so we need to rename this ID as happy verb, HAPPYVERB. There we go. So we can now go ahead and close this down. We'll then jump over into our blank filler and create a new else if. You remember how we talked about adding else ifs right here? Oh, I'm just jumping the gun. That's right. I was like, right here. There it is. So we say if ID equals happy verb. This is where that goes. We'll get down to the next one in just a second. Happy verb. And then we're going to say set, and we need to go create a new list variable, which will be a string list called happy verb, and confirm. And then we can set that here. So if ID equals happy verb, set happy verb to the list. And now that we've updated both of those, when we come into the fill the blank, we can add an else if. And I've realized now that we can do the same thing we did above, where we can check all of the different types. And instead of using this filler doesn't equal 0, we can just say else show pop-up no matches. And so we don't need to set filler to blank here. We can just say else if, and then there's a final else if the doesn't match. So then we're going to set filler, and then we need to fill this out with happy. So we're going to try and keep all of our IDs the same, so it kind of like makes the whole stack easier to remember. Happy verb. And then we can go in and change these two out with the happy verb right there and there. And now we have 2 of these in our list, and it should be pretty easy to keep adding them. I am noticing we're at 8%, which suggests that this singular blank filler might have a limit. I think that limit's going to be pretty similar to our store words. Maybe not. But I think if we reach the limit, we need to create a second set of these where you have blank filler 2. And there are ways that we could like combine it all into one, but I think I'm not gonna lie. I think this is a lot easier to do with traditional coding like TypeScript, because there's some tools in there that we just don't have access in here. Whereas I have to create like lists to refer to ID using if and else if. In something like a traditional programming language, you'd be able to use this ID to reference the list and not have so much duplicated code. So I think that's where some of these benefits of, if you're like super interested in this and you are picking this up really good, and TypeScript is out at this point whenever you're watching this video, which it's not today. It was announced a year ago for reference, so it is out in the public, but it's not available to the public yet. But when it is, I would definitely encourage you to go in and try it out if that's something that seems like, oh man, this looks like a lot of fun. So there we go. I think that is where we're going to end this portion of the video. When we come back, we are going to start talking about breaking down the rest of those scripts. As you can see, a big pile are coming up there, although 7 of them were related to this. And this is actually going to cut back on some of those, because I'm going to go refactor a lot of the newspaper to just work better with this ad lib generator. Because now what I can do is I can create, not using the, we should actually just do one quick demo just to demonstrate that the happy verb works. So we'll say happy verb time of day. We'll say don't forget to, and then we'll say happy verb every day at, and then we'll scroll over backspace, time of day, and exclamation point. Okay, so and then I'll explain what I was trying to say. My brain, apologies. I can't help it. I was born this way. And play. Oh, stop and play. There we go. So now it says no errors. Strange. Try again. 3, 2, and 1. Should have gone through by now. I'm going to guess that there is an error somewhere in my stack that I didn't account for. So we got time of day. We've got happy verb. And we've got generate story, debug print story demo. How about we'll debug print as we go through? And then double check that that's actually making it through the list. It is not, because I realized what I did wrong. Okay, easy mistake. In the blank filler, I accidentally removed the thing. So in here, I was so proud that we didn't need that. I forgot that we needed that. So I think it's okay though. So what we're gonna do is just add it all back in, not gonna lie. We're just gonna redo this a little bit. Add the blank string input with nothing in it. And then we are going to send it back no matter what, even if it is blank. So that way the story doesn't get a cut off if there is an error. So you'll get an error, but my hands aren't working. I'm so sorry. Can I go into play mode, build mode? Oh, there it goes. Okay, so set filler to blank. And then we're going to send it as blank, even if there isn't, oh man, I really can't use my hands. They're like acting up. Glad we're almost done. So we're going to send the You ever like, oh my gosh, it's like I'm mentally breaking down because nothing is working in my hands. Like I'm clicking and I'm pulling and it's not doing anything. Oh, Horizon. How we love you, but holy smokes, you play with our emotions. Doesn't say loading. Okay, drop down. Fill the blank. Okay. Send fill the blank to requester with the filler, and then we drag that to the bottom. And so even now it's not even letting go. Oh, there it goes. Whew. I'm going to just shut down my headset after this and hopefully like wait 5-10 minutes, maybe grab a bite to eat and then come back, because genuinely, if this stuff happens to you, I encourage you to do that. So we send fill the blank back to the requester with the filler, even if it is blank, because it'll keep filling out the rest of the story. And so even if there was a small typo, the thing will still work. And we will then have a pop-up to know which one was typed in correctly. But what I was really getting at here is that in our ad lib demo, we can create not just a singular story demo, we can create a list of stories and select one of those stories at random and then populate that story with an ad lib. And you just, every time you add one of these opportunities for an ad lib, it multiplies the number of combinations for the final output. And so like, I think we have a title generator that I built already that's kind of not as amazing as this. Genuinely, like, I cannot wait to go refactor it as this, because I'm so proud of how cool this is and how much better it is. But the current title generator has like 10,000 combinations, even just where it was at in the beginning. But that was because I had multiple lists, like quite a few of them, with 15 items in it. And then you multiply that by another 15, and then by another 15, and then all of a sudden you and then there was like if statements in there for different scenarios. And so all of a sudden it just like got crazy. And so this is the beginning. I look forward to showing you the final product, probably in seconds your time. But boy, oh boy, I'm really excited about this. I really am. I guess we should demo it, right? I almost forgot. Tragedy fell upon this land early this morning. Something else happened last night. Don't forget to party every day at just after ... Why does it say ... Oh, is it because it actually was too long? Was it actually just too long? It must be. What? So if we debug print beforehand, does it tragedy fill up on? Yeah, it does. It just always cuts off. Wow. Okay, well anyway, you can see it works. That's pretty cool. Oh yeah. So I'm excited about this, and so glad I got to show you it step by step, and I really hope this helps build more awesome experiences. I do want to give a quick shout out to one of my most inspirational creators in in my view, which is Waffle Copters, who built Whatever Words, which I don't think it does exactly this, but I assume it's something similar. And I'm just like, I would love to see how he did it. But Waffle Copters is an amazing creator, and he has Whatever Words. So if you want to see an even more advanced version of this, I highly encourage you to check out Whatever Words, because it's like a fun mixture of party games like the Cards Against Humanity meets Adlib, and so I encourage you to check that out. But yeah, here, if you were curious though, we have the headline spot goes at the top, the number that we discussed at the beginning, and then over here is where the body's going to go. And I'd like to do a single paragraph here and a second paragraph here, and then I've got a little image here that goes on the left. So pretty neat. Don't mind the spelling. All right, guys. Till the next part. Bye. Welcome back to Murder Manor. It probably doesn't look like too much has changed. I don't actually remember the last thing we showed you. But it's been a week. So lots of changes have happened. New sound effect. That finally sounds good. These candles look really nice. Working on a graveyard. And got some cool stuff coming along. It's a work in progress. KO, I just started recording. What's up? I just started recording. I'm in the intro. What's up? I didn't either, but now I am. Yeah, I mean, obviously. Oh, I do too, actually. Oh yeah, me too. Because you can, if you use it in a splash, we actually get to keep the money. It gets converted back to cash, 100%, dollar for dollar. Yeah, it's interesting. Mine said so. I think it might be a fake email though. Not a fake email, but like a mistake, because I got an email. I got an email. Ah. Well, I had $7 on my account too, which is a weird coincidence. But I got it, and it told me that it was expiring 2 months ago, and then I got an email a week ago saying it's expiring this, like, probably today. So mine had already expired, which was what was so weird. Anyway, I gotta let you go because I'm literally still recording. Okay, bye. And the biggest thing is we're just slowly transitioning to tri-mesh or 3D models or whatever you want to call it. And it is very tedious. It's a lot of work, especially if you've never built in Blender before. And then there's also the like concern about how much do the models take up in capacity. Like this gate takes up 5%, so we have to go redo this gate. And honestly, that's been kind of the story for this last week, is it's just a lot of work. And then I've been scripting the entire time. So the team's doing all that, and I'm up to 36 scripts now, which is kind of absurd. And so what I've kind of come to the conclusion is the next video, I guess that we are going to have an episode 6, and that one is going to be the breakdown of all these scripts. Today, I thought I'd give you a little dive into kind of what my day-to-day life looks like, and I thought that today's day would have some really interesting content. So some of the things I'm hoping to get done today are a variable broadcast, because I have a lot of scripts that are all using the exact same variable, but they're all doing the calculation themselves. And so I just want to broadcast it from one central place to our custom event manager so that it can be received by anybody who needs those variables. And I also wanted to refactor the weapons because there's a massive bug in there. And the only way I'm going to be able to do this is to rethink the way it works. And then the tombstones were something I'd like to get done, and so was the unlocking of the front door with the keys. Our lock isn't done yet. We had it done, but then there was a bug, so it's coming back. Anyway, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get to the tombstones and the unlocking of the front door. One of the things that is one of the biggest reasons I haven't been recording is because when I record, I can only do a couple hours in the day, and then I've just kind of like used up all of the energy trying to like do the recording, think about all the things that happen in the recording. And so, but when I don't, I can usually get upwards of 8 to 12 hours in. And so this is still quite a lot of content to go through. So let's go ahead and start with the easy one, which is a variable broadcast. And maybe I'll just quickly walk you through because these scripts I think they look pretty organized. But basically the way I look at this is I look at it from left to right. You'll notice I deleted the respond script. I don't know if you were here for when I put it in, but what we've done instead is what you need to know is that colliders, this is actually non-collidable, are they add up, right? So the more things that you can have a player collide with, the more things that objects can collide with, that adds to the load on the server. And so we had this giant plane down here and a giant trigger, and we know giant triggers are just as bad as giant planes. Well, actually, probably worse, a lot worse, actually. And so those were tracking just if players fell below world. Now, theoretically, players shouldn't be falling below the world. And if they do, I've actually added a script for that. And we did a video recently on this concept. So if you look, there's some recent video I did, recent being in the last few months, where we talk about doing a respawn script with no triggers. And that's what we've done here. And so every 5 seconds, we send this, or 10 seconds first and then 5 seconds afterwards, we do coin check. And in the coin check, we are checking to see where the player's position is. And if the player is below -2 on their Y, then we know they've fallen below the world and we respawn them. So, pretty neat. The thing that's interesting here, though, is stuff like that I would like to refactor a little bit because it's just like the code was designed, but it's not that high priority. Like if I had, I mean, we keep hoping to release it every Wednesday, but we just are not far enough along. I don't think it's going to happen this Wednesday either. But that's okay. But if I do find the time, I would like to spend like 3 or 4 days refactoring all of this code. So I'll show you a little bit about how I do that. But the biggest one was the weapons and a little bit of refactoring on some of the player variable receiving. So let's take a quick minute to do this. I'm selecting this guy, all of these, and this, and this, and this, and these. And I'm stopping here and then sliding this and snapping to there, because the murder icon and murder icon manager, while they are related to the player status tracking, are kind of their own thing. So I thought I would break them into their own little column here. There we go. And I missed a few. Oh, no, I didn't. That's visual bug. There we go. Sweet. Okay. So got all those moved over. That looks clean. Now I am trying to think about where do I want to put this, because to me, the way this works is it's chronological. It looks like when people enter, they enter the front gate. The door trigger, that is very similar code to what the front gate is. And so I've got them related. The treehouse trigger is just kind of like something you can do in the courtyard. The queue trigger is the next thing you go into. And so to me, this is kind of like showing, okay, and then after you've entered the trigger, then the clock goes off. And then after the clock starts the game, we have player roles assigned. And then we need to track those players. We need to check if there's enough players to play. We need to respawn and or coin checks, right? We need to check if they turn into a coin during the game. We need to assign murderers their icon. And we need an icon manager, which is what manages all these icons, and so on and so forth. And so the organization to me is really, really important. And I wish I actually had a fourth dimension, genuinely. I can barely even imagine what the fourth dimension looks like. I wish I could see in the fourth dimension, because some of these things are like, I wish I could build beyond it. So in this case, I don't think it's player status tracker that I want to do, but we're going to duplicate this anyway. And this is going to be duped to there. Then what I was going to do is select these two. And I think this is how I'm going to do this. Yeah, this makes sense to me. Is I'm going to add an additional layer into this pie. And this one is going to be the player variable. It's actually not player variables. This is actually just regular variables. So this is variable announcer, maybe. Variable broadcast. Broadcaster. There we go. So the goal of this guy is to broadcast variables, and it therefore needs to know about the custom event manager. It doesn't need to know if there is enough players. It does need to know about the current innocents, the current murderers. It also needs to know about the innocents who've died, the murderers who've died. It needs to know about the current sheriff. Is the game started? May or may not need that. We'll delete it for now. And receiving a bunch of stuff. We will need some of this stuff in here. I really don't think we're going to need is game started. Maybe I should just keep it just in case. I'll keep it just in case for now, and then I'll put drop that there to fix it. I'll put a comment that says delete later ? Just to remind myself that we might not need this code. Delete later and ? Okay. So we've got roles being assigned. We have roles being assigned with additional players. We're adding them to the list. When roles is exited, we're removing them from the list. And so this is a lot of the code that's running on the player status tracker, which makes me wonder if it's possible to use the player status tracker to get this information. So we send player removed to self. We don't need to send player left. That's a broadcast event. Yeah, so some of the things that I've done in here might be a little hard to follow right now. If you are following, great work. If you're not following, don't worry. We're going to go through some of this in just a moment, but then also when we do the next episode where we break down all the scripts. And I think we're going to also kind of teach some of these basics in here as well. So in here, what we've got at the beginning is I've got custom event managers connecting a bunch of events like game started to game started, game over to game over. And this is from my custom event manager up there, which is how we're going to be broadcasting. We're going to be sending events like this to that custom event manager so other people can connect to them using the same code. And so we have player shot being connected to player shot. We actually don't need to do that because it's connected to the player removed. And player stabbed is connected to player removed. Player stabbed can be removed. Player coins, local event player coins, don't need that. And then player fell below world is connected to player below and player fell below world. And so what I'd been doing on the player status tracker is actually broadcasting out how they died. And so that's what you had seen I was deleting. When world is exited by player, send player removed to self with player. Okay, then players removed, and we update the list. And this sent to check if enough players, which we don't need to do because this guy isn't in charge of that. When game over, set his game started to false, and remaining players, we don't need to do that either. Okay, some of this stuff we will be cleaning up. So far, all of this is tied in. So the question is, what events are we going to be broadcasting? What variables? And so every time there is an update, every time double space 1 OMG, my fingers are working bad today. Every time one of these vars is updated, comma, broadcast event. Okay, so you say every time one of these vars is updated, broadcast event, and then we'll add another comment here with one of those vars. And so we want to know about the pretty much everything that you might think of. So it's like current innocence. Okay, so we have current innocence. We need to know about the current murderers. And then we need the dead variants of that. We should also sheriff updates with bool for is dead. Bool for is dead. slash left. Okay. And then the next one is not current murders, but dead murders. So we want to know the list of dead murders. We want to know about the list of dead innocents. We also want to know number dead, number living, perhaps. Those are kind of interesting numbers. We'll think about that. Technically, you could get that from the count of this list. Yeah. I'm just thinking so much that I should be doing this on like the player status tracker, not on this variable broadcaster. But then I'm also thinking I could do it here and then broadcast it to the player status tracker. It's just like there's multiple ways to do the same exact thing. And I really want the variable broadcaster to be its own thing, which is why I'm concerned. So, like, player status tracker is supposed to track the status of players, and it's even broadcasting out how they died. I almost feel like this code has more good stuff in it than my current code. Like, it's broadcasting out when the players left and how they left. But I think that's okay to keep in here. It's not exactly clear. Oh, we can delete that. Let's see. It's very unclear which stuff goes into which place, especially because most of my scripts are doing the same thing where they're tracking when the player roles are assigned, and they're also tracking when like the world is exited. And so what is happening here is it's updating the list of players. And I think for our player status tracker, since it is such an integral part of the game, I'm going to ignore the fact that this could probably be optimized unless I decide to refactor later, and let it do its own thing. And everybody else who isn't doing as important of things, I'll be broadcasting out. Because when player is removed, we need to broadcast player dead, player left as events. And I've got so many events with the same name, which is not actually the case, but it's like I'm already using player left with a different, say, quote, overload, unquote. The thing that we need to send out then is another comment we'll put in here, which is player died, player killed, comma, bool is murder, question mark. Might be a good idea. And then we need to know about so players killed versus players left world, and then I'll put in parentheses like coins, comma, exit, comma, fell. So if they fall through the walls or something, because then this shouldn't count towards the kill count is the idea. But if we say player left world and they just fell, that's different. So coins or exits means they left the world. And then I guess we need another one for player fell, which we already have. So that might not be as necessary. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started with one of the easier ones, which is broadcasting current murders and current innocents. So when roles are assigned, we have new update to our list. So we send out an event to the custom event manager. Oh, you know what I just realized today in my recording? I've got these boundaries on, which are way more sensitive. So you're probably seeing it a lot more. I'm sorry. The personal boundary, despite being super close, is less sensitive. Okay, custom event manager, we're going to send out the event called current murderers, confirm, and then we're going to send out the event current innocence, and I think since we're at it, we should also do the current sheriff, since that should make sense. So we send current sheriff out with the sheriff. We send innocents with the innocents and murderers with the murderers. And that should do the trick. Now, when the roles are assigned, we know that we're either adding a murder or an innocent. And so if it's murder, we'll send the event current murder has been updated. And if it's innocent, we'll send the event current innocence has been updated. And that allows us to update as they've been added. Now, while we're thinking about it, let's go up to our custom event manager and make sure there's a note in here for how this whole sequence works. So we'll scroll down to the bottom, duplicating, let's say this one. And then once that's duplicated, I can delete this. It is received with player, which is the sheriff. So we'll go and create current sheriff is received with player. And this is received from the variable broadcaster. Now, it isn't required to put in all of these events, but having them in here, especially because it has this comment explaining where it comes from, is very, very helpful, and I highly recommend it. But you can still listen to an event even if it isn't received on the custom event manager. The next one is the current murderers, which is a list of players. So we'll create list and then call it players. And press confirm and duplicate. And this one is current innocence. And then we should add just a quick note in here. So it says receive from variable broadcaster when sheriff variable updates. When current sheriff updates. And then we can say the same thing here, but about murders. Let's say received broadcaster when current merds updates. And one last one. I'm actually going to come up here. When current innos updates. There we go. So we've got the events here in our custom event manager, which means they're now accessible from any other event, but we do need to finish filling out these three before we come back for our next one. So we're going to come back down here and also think about when this updates when the world is exited by a player. So we send player removed. So when player is removed, we don't know how they exited. And while this works really well, we do need to know how they exited the world. So we're removing them from the innocents, removing them from the murders. This is all fine and dandy, but what I think we're going to need to do is think about this a little bit differently. So what were the events we were planning to send out? We were planning to send out player killed and player left world. And so player removed we can use, but what we want to do up here is instead of connecting to player removed directly when player shot, we want to connect to a local event called player killed. And this is important to note because this player killed event is the same one that we're going to be broadcasting. And so, but we won't be listening to it, so we won't receive it. It'll only be broadcasted to the custom event manager, so we can use it locally as we're determining who the players were that were killed. Okay, so then we're going to receive player killed, which I'm going to have to type again. It is definitely advised to create the event before having to type this 3 times. Okay, player shot, player stabbed, those are both kill events. And then this is going to be connected to player left world. So we wanted to call that one. And so we're going to go and name this player left world. And we've already got one for player fell below world. And we were planning to call this player fell. So we'll connect this to player fell as well. Player fell. Okay. So we've got 3 events we need to connect into: player killed, player left world, and player fell. So now when we come down here, we have to create some events. I'm going to move game started to the bottom. And I think that's okay. I do notice that we are using as game started to like clear variables out. So we'll keep it. And then we're going to move this here and just say track game status. So if there's any other parts of the game status we need to track, we can do that down here. It just kind of separates it out, which makes it easier to read. And then before that, we're going to create an event right before player removed. And it'll actually be right above when world is exited by player. And this one will be, I don't think it's going to be in here. I have lots of events. There's player left, player fell below world, player removed. I can't remember what we called them. Was it? I don't think it was player left. Double check. Player fell, player left world, player killed. Okay, I'm gonna have to recreate these. Player left world. And this is received with a player parameter, so let's go ahead and just type that in now. PLAYER, confirm. Then we can duplicate this one. So we have 3 of these that we need: player left world, player fell, and the last one was, which I'm going to put at the bottom, player killed, which we'll do at the top. So similarly, I kind of think about these in chronological order. So I imagine people will get killed more likely, then player might leave the world, player might fall below world is the most unlikely, player world exited. So like they actually left the world, which should trigger player left world. So when world is exited by player, we're actually going to send player left world to self. Okay, player left world. And now what we can do then is know that these things are going to be received. And because this is kind of ugly, I'm going to delete this and show you another way to do this, where we scroll up here and we see player left world. We duplicate this. We connect not custom event manager, but we're actually going to connect the self event for player world exit or world player exit to local event player left world. And so this is another way to just send that event just like you saw there, but now we can do it this way, which is going to make it look a lot cleaner. So we have 2 killed events, we have 2 left world events, and 1 player fell event. Then in here, we're going to send a parameter, and this parameter could be a string. In our case, I kind of want to do it as a number, but I guess we should do a string, which will explain what it is. And so we'll just go ahead and type this one more time. So this is player killed. Oh, I put this in the wrong spot, cancel. So what we're supposed to do, is send event to self called player removed. So we're going to send that player removed. Okay, so we send player removed to self with player and a parameter, which is a string input. And this string input is player killed. So it tells it what event this was received from. Player killed. Delete one extra D's. There we go. We can then duplicate that into player left world and adjust this to say player left world. There we go. And then we'll do the same thing for player fell. All right, now with all 3 of these linked in, we can then have that be received here under player removed by clicking new parameter, changing it to a string. and then calling this the event name, lowercase e, buddy, and press confirm. There we go. And now when this is done, we will know a substantial amount about what has just happened. So we have a player being received, we have an event name, and we need to send some basic events first and foremost, which is updating the current murders and current innocence. So anytime those were updated, we said we were going to broadcast it. So when we say current murders has been removed from, we know that that means there's an update to the list. So we send that update out. And we also want to do that for the innocence. We'll duplicate this one down as well. You can duplicate by thumbsticking to the right if we haven't discussed that enough already. There we go. So we've sent current innocence to custom manager with innocence. After that, we've removed. And the current sheriff is one that we haven't done yet. So we need to send current sheriff. And there's current sheriff, and we're going to send that not with innocence, but with the current sheriff. And then we did talk about sending a Boolean to say if they were dead or alive. So we'll say Boolean input false, right? Because they're dead. And then we should go up to our first current sheriff event right here and add the Boolean true for is alive. And then we'll go into our custom event manager and add current sheriff being received with a Boolean called is alive. There we go, confirm. That should be helpful later on. And now we'll go back into our variable broadcaster. I did want to quickly rename this to variable broadcaster. And you'll notice because earlier when I duplicated this, I duplicated it with the reference that we were able to save all of that, so we don't have to retie it in, which is nice. And we'll open up the variable broadcaster again. And now when we look at the top, let's go look at what we've done. We now send out updates about current murderers being changed, current innocence being changed, and sheriffs updating. What we don't have is a tracking list for dead murders, dead innocents. So we'll say dead innocents, including sheriff. So, sheriff included. And so what we're currently working on is actually player killed and player left world. So we want to send these three events out. So anytime a thing needs to know about a player dying, they'll have this. And anytime they need to know about a player leaving the world, they'll have this. And when a player falls, they'll have this. We want a Boolean for is murder. It would be nice to also know how they died. But that's actually coming from a different script. You remember the player status tracker was doing that. I talked about bringing that in here. Might have to look at that in a second. So let me add a comment as a reminder. So for player killed bool is manager, we'll ask, do we want to also broadcast how they died? Question mark. It does require quite a bit of refactoring that I didn't like on this script that I didn't really want to do, but might need to. Okay, let's just start by getting player killed, player left world, and player fell sent off. And so to do this, we know when player removed is received, this will always have an event that needs to be sent out. Or is that true? Do we send this event when the game's not started? If the game is not started, we've cleared this, but the player still did leave the world, right? Could this cause bugs
elsewhere by sending it out. If player fell is sent out, we would know when the player falls below world. When player left world is sent out, we'd know when the player has left the world either by coin or or by exiting. When player killed, if that one came through, that's the one that I'd be worried about. But let's go ahead and send them all out no matter what. So down here, below all of these if statements, we're going to create a comment to kind of break this section apart that's going to say send, or we'll call this broadcast. Broadcast events. Now, the first thing we need to know is if the player is a murderer. And since we could potentially be clearing this out, let's go and set a Boolean called imurder, I'll just call it imurd. And then this is going to be set to whether or not the list contains murderers right here. If murderers contains player, so we drag this up. Now that we've done that, we can actually use imurder where that was. We can just duplicate that into here. We can also look to see if there's any other place that's using that, and there isn't, so that works. And that tells us if the player is either a innocent and sheriff or a murderer. So now we want to send out 3 events, and the events we're going to quickly fill out first, and then we'll start putting in the data, and they are going to be sent to the custom event manager. And the first one is, that I can remember, is player fell below world, or player fell, player fell below world. Is that it? No, it's player fell. Oh my gosh, I'm really, really messing that up. Sorry, guys. Player fell, player left world. That was the one I was thinking, is player left world. Okay. So I'll try that again. Player fell, duplicate, and duplicate. We've got player left world. And then the last one is player killed. There we go. Okay, player killed. It sends to the custom event manager with the player and whether or not they are a murderer. When player left world, we're going to do the same thing. Player and murder. And when they fall, same thing. There's one problem though, which is when the player has left the world, this player value might not be relevant anymore. In the next frame, it could just be an empty player because when the player leaves the world via world exit, they don't exist. So when player left world is received, this should actually be the string name of player. So let's go change that to name of player. Okay. I think. Oh man, this is where it's hard. I don't know. I mean, we'd have to do some testing. I guess we'll send it like this. I mean, it is within a frame. Maybe there's enough like cached information before the player is completely gone. We'll put a comment in here to ask that question. Player left world does work when player leaves entirely, question mark. Question mark. Maybe send string name. We're going to duplicate this and create another copy of this, or what we can affectionately call overloads, with the name of player. So if somebody wants to receive a string name of player, they can just get that, or if they need the player value to remove it from a list, they'll get this. Okay. Then that looks pretty good. We need to put some if statements in here to make this work correctly. So let's go grab an if statement here, which is going to check if the event name equals, and then we'll just I got an idea. Check this out. This is going to look good or silly, one or the other. So we're going to drag this up to here, and then we're going to say, does the event name equal, and then we can grab player fell, player left world, and player killed, and then drag that back down. That was so much easier than what I was originally going to do. Love that. Okay. Then we can move these ifs into here. And then I'm also going to realize that I wanted to do these as else ifs, because if one is true, then the others are definitely false. So we can just move that to there and then grab another else if and drag that to there. Sweet. And then we'll just move these into here. We'll put this there, that there, and last one. Oops, right there. Whoop. Happy? There we go. Okay. So now we have this all if stated out. Looks good. The broadcast events for those are happening. So this looks pretty decent. Let's go to the custom event manager. And let's go and add these new events. So we're going to duplicate this. We're then going to delete this and add a player parameter called player, P-L-A-Y-E-R, and confirm. And then we need to receive it with a Boolean for is murder. Press confirm. And then we know that this is going to be broadcasting one of those three events. So we've got the player fell, duplicate, and we'll duplicate that one more time. So we got three of these. And then we've also got the player left world, which we'll need two of. In a second, we'll update that. And then the top one was player killed. And I try to keep these in the same order on all my different scripts, just so it's easier to think about, but it's not required to be in the same order. So we got player killed, player left world. Player left world, this one is received with a string and then the Boolean. So we'll go and change that to string and call that player name. And then is murder is a Boolean. And confirm. Okay. There we go. So now all those are being received. We should update this. So it says received from variable broadcaster when, I guess, player killed, right? I guess we'll just delete this message and then just keep the generic, since it's so self-explanatory with the name of this. Kind of feels silly typing it all in just because it's the event name. Okay. Now the real question is, player killed can also be received with the death message. And I think we need to do this. It's not too much extra work, but it allows us to clear it out of the player status tracker, which really didn't need to do this. And so this is called death verb is what we call this. And it's because we're using it with ad libs. So death verb is going to be part of the player killed. Originally, I was also sending death verbs out with player left world. And I'm kind of thinking about doing that still. Player fell. But I'm thinking that wherever those death verbs are needed isn't needed everywhere. It's only needed on one place, so we won't send it out. So then what we need to do is go back into player status tracker, which is kind of like the original script. And we were using player removed to send out some events, or excuse me, player fell below world. We're going to delete this one. I think there's some of these that I don't need to delete. This one, let me go check which ones do I not need to delete, or which ones do I need to keep. Send player left custom event manager, send player left. And I've not used this yet. I was planning to use this for the tombstone, which is right here. I just haven't finished working on that. Player removed is sent to self and world is exited. Okay, so this is the one that I was going to delete. So we can delete this. We can delete player coins. We can delete player fell below world. And we can delete player stabbed. And we can delete player shot. Okay. And then player removed is received, and that looks good. So we'll go ahead and remove the stabbed event and the shot event, and player shot removed, and removed. We can do one more of these just like we did before. where we connect into self rather than the custom event manager, though I think it would work for that too, but this seems to make more sense. When world player exit, connect to player removed, which allows us to delete this line of code right here. Okay, so we've cleaned this code up a lot, which is great because really this is just checking if there's enough players. So we might even be able to like optimize this even more once all of this code is working, because current sheriff murders and innocents could be getting sent out. Yeah, because of the information we have coming in from those other events. So might be worth going through and optimizing this in a little bit sooner or later. So our variable broadcaster really is doing almost everything the player status tracker did, except for it's not the player status tracker. It is very much doing a very different task because it's tracking a lot more information, and broadcasting it out specifically is its job, not just tracking it. Whew. Okay. So let's keep looking. I'm like debating if that even made sense in my head. We need to send out how they died. And unfortunately, we don't have that information coming through. So when player removed is received, we need to receive a string, which is the death verb. Death verb. Press confirm. There we go. And what we can do, maybe. Now I'll keep thinking. So death verb is received. We can then pass the death verb out only on the one that needs it, but we do need to make sure that a string is sent. So come down a little bit further. Killed, sent with death verb. Okay. And then we scroll up and we're going to create empty strings. So when player fell, we're not going to fill this out with the death verb. When player left world, we're not going to fill that out with the death verb. Now when player killed, this is actually going to be passed in right here with a string called death verb. So we're just kind of passing this down the chain. And this is where I said it does take a little bit of work, but it is worth the work. I know it's tedious, but it is worth it. So we're going to have 2 events received before player killed. And so we had combined 2 events to be player killed, but now we have to separate them up so that we know the difference between the 2. And so we have we have player shot. I just scrolled past it. Player stabbed is one, cool. And the other one is right next to it. Player shot. There we go. So when the shot event is received, it is received with a player parameter, PLAYER, and confirm. And the player stabbed one is actually received with both a player parameter, and there's 2 ways to receive this event. So I created 2 overloads for it, which I'll show you in just a second because it is kind of interesting. And then the second one is received with a string and the death verb. So we know that the stab event is related to any of the murder weapons. And so those weapons have different types of verbs like bludgeoned or sliced and so on. And so that actually comes through. So we actually don't need the player killed event anymore. We can delete this and we'll keep player killed as the parameter we're sending, since that's what it's related to. But then the death verb is just getting passed right through. And then this one we duplicate up here. And instead of doing a death verb, we need to actually create a string input, replace that, and then type in shot, which we're going to do in lowercase. Doesn't have to, I think it does have to be in lowercase because it's something I wrote later. Okay, so now those are both sending player removed with their death verbs. These are sending death verbs empty. And now we need to connect these not to player killed, but actually to player shot. So player shot's connected to the local event player shot, just so we can get more information out of these events and differentiate between the 2 different types of kills. And not player killed, it's player stabbed. There we go. Player stabbed to stab, shot to shot. Perfect. So that is all now working much better and following what we wanted to do originally. Now, if we go into the custom event manager, I really wanted to quickly show you what an overload looks like if you are just new to the series or just haven't caught it yet. I think we might have only talked about it today, but because it's been like a week, I don't really know. But if we scroll up, you'll see I have one in here that does something slightly different. So when player stabbed is received with a player and the kill verb, originally this was just player stabbed is received with a player. But I needed both because we really needed this kill verb. But then I sent player stabbed to self, which creates an overload, right? And because there's two different options, you can choose to have it with only a player value, or you can choose to have player stabbed received with player and a kill verb. And so any script that's listening for the player stabbed event has their choice, whichever one they want. That's why they're called overloads. Overloads. And you could have as many of these as you want. So you could have one that's received with like a Boolean that says was murderer, etc., is sheriff. Like you could have additional information stored in here. The only caveat to this is that it needs to be different parameters. If the parameter was player string, this would create an infinite loop, sending itself, creating a loop, and you'd receive it twice on other things. So it does need to have different parameters. So another one could be player string Boolean, but another one couldn't just be plain old player. It would have to be like player Boolean or player number, right? So anyway, that is how that works. It is very dangerous though, but it is something that I think is really powerful when you get into kind of like higher level scripting like this. And so what this does is it prevented all my old code from breaking because I'd written a lot of code that was supported by player stabbed and didn't need the kill verb. And so this prevents all the old code from breaking. Cool. Okay. We're doing great. Let's go ahead and look at this variable broadcaster again. And we're going to scroll to the top where we have our notes. And we now know about players killed. Do we? Bool is murder. Yes, we do. We also broadcast that. Yep. Player left world. We've done that. And player fell. We've done that. Then we've got dead innocents and dead murders. So when somebody dies, we want to track how many murder deaths and how many innocent deaths. So we should create a list of players. Player list called dead murderers. Press confirm. And then we'll also create a list of players called dead innocents and confirm. And then down here, you'll remember in this event, we were tracking when the player was removed if they were a murderer. Now, I believe it is important that this happens not when the game is started, because I suspect player removed is sent potentially when the world has ended. I don't really remember. There's 36 scripts here and like probably 1,000 lines of code. So I don't actually remember, but to be cautious, we don't really need to know this information, the number of dead innocents and dead murderers when the game ends. So when the game is over, we clear all these values. We should actually clear those lists as well. Clear and clear. Actually, interestingly, I would remove this from here. I had put it in here for a good reason originally, but I genuinely believe that this will cause more issues, and I'll tell you why. We have an event called when game started is received, and game started is received just a hair before the other stuff. And so we'll clear it here because I've found when you send events with a list parameter, when that list parameter gets changed, even a frame or 2 frames after, the receiving party that receives the list does not receive the list you had sent, but it receives the list that's been changed. So my concern is that if I update it when the player is removed there, we could accidentally, inadvertently create bugs where we needed to know these list values. So that's why we're going to update it when the game started happens, and then these get updated by up in here. And I think what we can actually do to make this a little bit cleaner is when game over is received, we'll set current sheriff to empty, murders cleared, innocents cleared, and we'll only clear the dead innocents and dead murderers when game started. So that way, if we did need to query this during the queuing before the game starts, we can still have that information available. Now, the goal of sending out dead murderers and dead innocents isn't to send out an updated list of the original murders and original innocents less who's left. It's actually just to send out who has died, and therefore we should go and push out a message only when players killed, right? So we have the player killed events here. We have if they're a murderer, and we need to add them to the relevant list when they have died. Now, we don't know about them being a detective, or the sheriff, excuse me, but we can determine that. So we'll create a Boolean that will say is sheriff, and we'll press confirm. And to determine if they're the sheriff, we're going to say if player equals current sheriff. And then even if they've died, we will receive false. So set is sheriff to does player equal sheriff. We can then use that right here. We then clear out the sheriff, which is good. And then, this needs to be changed up. This is an easy fix. We had it previously saying if not, we can now say if game started. We can delete that and move everything into here from the else. And boop. Query, of course, is this has 3 ifs rather than else if, else if. If they're the sheriff, we know that they're not a murderer, right? So we can use else if and say, okay, if they are sheriff, else if murderer. And then if they're not sheriff and they're not murderer, then they must be innocent. So we probably don't even need to do that, but we should at least do a safety check. So like we won't do anything. There's no else if all of these else's. Sorry, my brain, my hiccups. So we won't do anything if all 3 of these else ifs are false, but there shouldn't be a scenario where that's the case. So we should be fine. There we go. So that looks great. And now down here in this killed event, we now know if they are the sheriff. So we can say if is sheriff, which is probably not true. And we also are checking if they are the murderer, right? So if is murderer, and then else if sheriff, right? So if they're not the murderer, then we know that the sheriff. And do we even need to know if they're the sheriff? I'm trying to remember. We're just broadcasting out murderer and innocent updates, and it's innocence plus, so we might not even need to know if they're the sheriff. So maybe it's just an else statement. So when player killed, they are either the murderer or the sheriff, and then we're going to send out a relevant event to the custom event manager. So we'll just duplicate this up here. And then the event that we wanted to send out wasn't necessarily player killed. What we wanted to send out was, sorry, notes are up at the top. Send dead murders and dead innocents, sheriff included. All right. But here's the big kicker. If it was a sheriff, then the sheriff is no longer, it's an empty player. It's not actually the sheriff. We could send an empty variable in the list, but if we try to ever do anything with that list other than count it, we're going to have some issues. So create a new player called iSheriff, because we're going to clear this out all the time. And then say set is sheriff to player equals current sheriff. And then if is sheriff, we'll set iSheriff to the player. Grab an if statement. And boom, there we go. Now we've got that updated. So then, actually that's not the case either, is it? Well, yeah, well, no, it's not, is it? Interesting. We don't actually need to do this because we will know the player because of player. Player is the sheriff. And so we are either adding to one or the other lists. So let's go down and add to the relevant list. So if murder, add to that list, else add to this list. And then we do need to send, I guess we'll figure that out in a minute. Delete these variables for now. And then we'll duplicate this down as well. And then what we're adding to is the dead innocents here, and we're adding to the dead murderers here. The value we're adding is the player value from the event. And then we just want to send out the dead innocents as a parameter, dead murders as a parameter. And then I thought we might as well do the counting here. So we'll say length of list and also broadcast out how long the list of innocents or murders is as the second parameter. And that works. Yeah, brilliant. So now I just need to know the name of it, which I've forgotten because I'm brilliant like that. Dead murders, dead innocents. Okay, easy enough. Dead murders, dead innocents. Go ahead and delete this and then scroll down and write. Here it is. Great new event name called Dead Murderers. I've just realized I left the sound on. Sorry about that. I'm going to turn that off in a second. Dead Innos plus Sheriff. It's a really long name, but it's very clear what it is. Dead Innos plus Sheriff. Now we just need to go receive that. Let's go ahead and quickly stop the world so you don't have to listen to that sound anymore. Stop here. And we'll head over. I'm going to close this because I think we're done with it, to the custom event manager. And at the very bottom, we'll duplicate this in. Delete this, delete that, create a list of players. And these will be called players. And then we'll have a list. This parameter is going to be called count. It's a number, but it is the count or length of this list. And we'll go ahead and call this one dead murderers, duplicate. And then this one will be dead innocents, or dead innos plus. But fortunately, it's saved in this list, so we just have to find it. Dead innos plus gives us that. So we didn't have to type it again. There we go. Now we've got all of those being received from the variable broadcaster. What I think might be interesting to do, because there's this variable broadcaster sending out so many events, we put down this right here, and I'm going to add like a little asterisk above this to really separate this area out. So we'll go and say asterisk, 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 and then all of these, we'll even say all below are colon, and then we'll add 6 more asterisks. Maybe a space bar right there. There we go. And a space bar on this side. 1, 2, there we go. Then we can delete these comments since all of these are coming from the variable broadcaster, and all of their event names are pretty self-explanatory. If we need to add any more information about them, we always can, but this kind of clears up that area, makes it a little bit easier to read. And then I was thinking we'll add a comment at the bottom that clears this out by just having this many stars with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to just kind of say, there you go, that's the end. So if I do decide to make more sections, that's pretty clear. Yep. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and demonstrate using this somewhere. And I'm pretty confident the doors and the front gates aren't using it. The treehouse isn't using it. The Q trigger isn't using it, right? If I double check, nothing's connected to on world start. No. It's listening to events on the trigger. That's it. The clock manager might have something in here that it's using. Q countdown. We'll scroll down to the we have a get players event, but I don't think that's that's getting it from the Q trigger. That's different. Triggers updating, so we're getting clock variables, triggers first player, no players. Yeah, game over. Nothing in here that we need players for. Next up, player role assignment is doing a bunch of player role assigning. And so it says custom event murder frequency, game over, game started. Yeah, this doesn't need any of that either. Okay. Player status tracker. That was one that we knew we could use for it. Let's do that. So what we know in the player status tracker is that what is the real thing that's happening in here? If you when you take a look at this script, yes, it's listening for a bunch of information. but what is it actually doing? And so when you look through here, it's set a Boolean. That's not really doing anything. It's set some variables, not doing anything here. Roles assignment is adding to the list, so still not doing anything. Players removed, removing from the list. Oh, it's doing two things. It's sending check if enough players to the check if enough players with the current sheriff, and it's sending remaining players to the custom event manager when the game is over. What that means is all this script really needs to do is check who the current sheriff is, and the murders and the innocents, which we have events for. And so if we look in here, we can see that we set current sheriff to empty when the sheriff has been removed. And so we should be receiving that as an event. So what we can do now is delete pretty much everything. So we don't need to know about roles assigned. We don't need to know about players being shot or stabbed or coining or falling below the world or exiting the world. All we really need to know about is when the innocent updates. And what did we call that? We probably called that player. In fact, I've got actually a better idea here, which I think will work really well. So what we're going to do is create a new event based off of this roles assigned, which is going to be called player list updates. Player list updates. Okay. So when player list updates is received, it's received with the sheriff, murders, and innos. And so we're going to broadcast out a player list updates event. Element OP player list updates. And we're going to connect that to the local event player list updates. And then to get all this information in one giant package, we can then just update these real quick, right? So every time this comes in, we just update this, and that's pretty easy. And then when the player list updates is received, we always want to check if there's enough players. Now, normally we do this when the player is removed, but we really don't need to do that. We can just do that when the list updates, because this is going to be like, well, everything's fine. It's going to be like when players are getting added, it's going to be like, everything's fine. I don't see any problems. And we can add maybe a dummy check for this, right? We might consider adding just a real, like, hey, is murderers and innocents greater than 1? If so, we don't really need to use the check if enough player. So we can grab a and we can grab a greater than symbol and a greater than symbol, and we say list length of list is greater than 0 for both of these. Then we know that there is at least one player who's a murderer and an innocent, and as long as that's the case, we don't need to end the game. And we don't even need to send the check if enough players to the check if enough player manager. So now when roles are assigned, we are getting that from the above event. When player removed is received, we don't need that because we're also getting that from the above event. And when game over is received, we send remaining players. So that works out well. This will always update when it's using these values. So that's good. Game started, I don't think we need this. So we can remove the game started listener. So we can delete this one. And this script is way more optimized now, way easier to read. If there's ever a bug or a change, it'll be a lot easier to track down. So we've really simplified this. And that was the goal of sending out these player list updates and player information, was to create this much easier, because all of my scripts had like extraneous code like that to manage what players were currently in the game. And now we're going to be able to do this a lot easier. So anytime there's an update, we need to send out this player list update. Let's go start with the most basic one, which is right here. So we're going to duplicate, it was called current sheriff, current murders, current innocent. So if we need anything needs to know just that value, like say the weapons for the murders or the weapon for the sheriff, it can use that. But for us, we need to know about player list updates because we want all of it. So if you want to get all of it, you can get all of it, but you don't have to. And so that's sheriff followed by, don't know. Yeah, this is fine. Current sheriff, murders, and innocents. And so we send that here at the bottom of this, and then we're going to duplicate that into here, since this will have an update for sure. And then we're going to duplicate that into our player removed event at the very bottom, right? But yeah, we can do it before this. Scroll up, please. Okay, I'll just duplicate it here and drag it. Okay, so then we're going to put this above the broadcast events. And I'm looking at this and thinking, is game started? Player list updates goes out even when the game isn't started. That seems like it could be a mistake. We probably only need to send we only need to send player list updates when the game is in session. I'll put a comment to ask if that's true later on. Like, might need to come back through here and double check that. Only send updates when game started? Question mark. I guess that's true because of what I'm going to do next. I'm going to delete that because I've just got this idea in my head, which is to duplicate this and drag this copy down to here. When game over is received and we've cleared it all, we'll send out one more broadcast to be like, hey, everything's cleared. So some places won't even need to listen for game over because of this. So that's exciting. Let's go ahead and take a look at this one now. And we do need to go put that into the custom event tracker. We don't actually need to, but it is much better to do that. So player list updates is received. We know that this will be received at some point with nothing in the list. We need, when game over is received, to send remaining players out before this gets cleared. But when it gets cleared, it'll send check if enough players. Is this going to cause the game to end twice because it's getting sent out twice? This is the bugs that I was like looking for, right? Check if enough players. We've cleared the list. We've sent it out. When we go to check if enough players, let's go read what that script is doing when it receives this information. So check if enough players is received with this. It says if length of current murders equals 0, set is game over to true. Else if this condition, then set game over to true. If game over, set is game over to false, and then send game over. So if the game is over, we don't do any of this. That's basically what we need to do. We need to say, if is game over not true. Only do this if the game over is not true. So game is running. And then I suppose, if is not game over, do this check. That doesn't fix it because this is just flipping back and forth no matter what. If not game over, yeah, that doesn't help. We could do something. Could do something. For the list to have been cleared, this has to have run because it sends the game over event, which then sends out to the thing. It's like we've created a feedback loop, right? So to cut the feedback loop off, what we're going to do isn't that hard. Right here, we were sending check if enough players, if the length of murders is greater than 0. We're going to create an if statement that says if all of these are equal to 0, don't do anything, right? So if the sum of this equals 0, don't do anything. Which means because we don't want to do anything, we're going to actually say as long as the sum doesn't equal 0, and then we'll grab a 0 from here, then we can do this next if statement. And so the sum of these, we can make a little easier by creating an I length, and this is one for each. So I murd length, confirm, and then we'll need one for I inno length and confirm, and then we can set those right here so we can use it in both spots. And then we'll just drag those over. I murd length, I inno length, and then length of murders goes here, duplicate this into there, length of innocence goes there, duplicate this into there, and then we need to add all of these values together. And so duplicate and duplicate. And so this one we'll put on the right side, and the sheriff needs to go here. So you might be asking, how can you tell if the sheriff is not, or is a 0. There's, yeah, well, I'm going to do this and I'm going to break it apart. I wasn't going to, but I think it's easier to read. So it says, sheriff alive, right? So sheriff alive is a number value, which might not make a lot of sense, but 0 means he's dead, right? And 1 means he's alive. That way we can add sheriff alive to this value. Now to check if the sheriff is alive, we check if it's empty. And so I'm realizing that on the player status tracker, we got a lot of variables we don't need. So let's quickly remove some of these that we don't need. We don't need, is game started? Is that the only one we don't need? Yeah. Okay, maybe not. Maybe there's not a lot we don't need. But what we can now say is if it doesn't equal empty. So what this means is if the current sheriff doesn't equal empty, let's try to walk through that because it's a lot of not operators. So sheriff is a player value. That means it is not empty. And when that is the case, that means it's true. And when it's true, that means it has a value of 1. Let me quickly grab an if statement here because I made one small mistake. We're going to move this up into the if, which has nothing to do with the fact that this is returning a Boolean parameter, which is a true or false statement, and only because we can go to our value input and convert a Boolean value into a number. And when you convert a Boolean value into a number, if it is false, it returns 0, and if it is true, it returns 1. And so that allows us to get that player is alive. So we say if current sheriff doesn't equal empty, then return it as a number, which is 0 or 1. That then gets added into the length to check that it's not equal to 0. Okay. The next thing that I was going to point out is that if this was, let's say the player was empty, meaning this is game over, current sheriff does equal empty, returns false. Yep. And therefore is 0. Okay, perfect. Very nice. Whew. Okay, so that will prevent this from firing twice, but also allows other players that need to know about game over via that information to receive it. Now, up on our custom event manager, we need to quickly add that in. And we're going to put that right here. But to get this, there's actually one I can duplicate that'll make my life a lot easier. This one right here. So we'll drag this down and duplicate it. And thumbstick to the right. Now, remaining players, we're going to update with player list update. Player list updates, which is received with sheriff murders than innocents. And this is a comment that we can delete. And now we've set that up. So that looks nice. Okie doke. Whew. So we've done the player status tracker and I've demonstrated how to do that. I could do that for pretty much all of these. It would take a long time. I'm not going to put it all in the video, but I am going to take a brain break. I'm going to probably work on a little bit of those things. When I come back, I would like to show you how we refactor the weapons. And, but yeah, so I hope that variable broadcasting was a nifty trick and it helps you kind of like understand how you can share this information out. You'll remember that to receive this, every single one of my scripts has the custom event manager tied into it. And you can really visually see this when I open up this guy. You can see literally everything in this world is tied into this custom event manager. And for good reason, because now whenever, like say one of these 16 items needs to know about something, it can receive it from up here without having to, yeah, which is amazing. And so, in fact, I believe the murder icon is doing some of this tracking. So just to quickly demonstrate this, we were doing roles assigned, game over, murder list updates. And so if we go down to murder list updates was coming from the custom event manager, which was probably something I hacked together, which was similar. I'll need to go look and see where that's coming from because I can probably delete it wherever it is. But we have roles assigned and we're showing the icon. Murder list. This, like I said, this might take a minute. Maybe I shouldn't do this on camera. I'm just like, I'm excited to do some more. When game over is received, send hide icon. When show icon is received. So there was this one bug last night when we were testing, which was that it wasn't getting the murder list update. Maybe I'm not sending that through. Let's check our custom event manager and see what the trail is. So it should have been the last thing I added, but it's not there. Scrolling up. Maybe, yeah, it's not in this. Yeah, it's not in here, but it is possible to receive an event even if it is coming from somewhere else. So maybe I was planning to tie into that, but never got it tied into. Seems very likely. Yeah, I don't know where, if this is even coming from anywhere. So I don't think it is, which would explain why it wasn't working and why once people died, you could still see them. So this is what we were basically creating, right? Which was actually not called murder list update, but it's actually called current murderers. So when current murders is received, it sets murderers to murds. If my player is a murderer, and if the murder does not contain my player, we send hide icon to self. So what we're saying is previously we had known our player was a murderer, and now we're finding out that they're not in the list anymore. So that means they've been removed from the list. So we send hide icon to self so you can no longer see that player's icon. And then we set who is allowed to view self to murderers if it's not. So anytime this comes through, I don't know if we need this else statement. Well, we're hiding the icon, which resets the viewability. So I guess that doesn't matter. Yeah, so this makes sense. And so what setting is allowed to view is these little icons are above players' heads if they're the murderer. So they can tell, hey, I'm a murderer too. Let's go do some murdery things. And so this makes it so that when the player respawns back into the game, so if you kill somebody like 30 seconds in, you can get back into the game probably as an innocent, and now you won't be able to see the icon. So but this was checking if my player is murderer, and current murder is being received is going to happen all the time. So rather than using roles assigned, roles is assigned with a player. This is how we find out that my player is a murderer, huh? There is a better way to do this though, which is, so if my player is murderer, we need to determine that beforehand. And so we say set, we're going to be able to rely on this one event rather than what was actually quite a few events up here. So you'll see that in just a second. So what we're going to do is find out, is my player in this murder list? Because we know this current murders is sent out even when the first roles assigned is set up. And so we say if the list contains item, which is right here. So if murders contains my player, then we set my player as murderer to true. And this will only happen when they are in the list. What this means is, what I could have done otherwise is set my player's murder to be this, and that would then cause this bottom bit not to work. Because we need to be able to hide the icon. And we don't want to run that for every player. We only want to run that if they were previously assigned as the murderer. And so this will only set them to be a murderer if they are currently in the list. If they're not in the list, it's not going to set it to false. And that's important for the next bit of code. So we set murders to be murds, which we should actually put here. Put that there. Put that there. So we set murders to be murds. If murders contains my player, set my player as a murderer to true. If my player is a murderer and they are not contained in the list, hide my icon because that means they just died. Otherwise, we need to set them to be allowed to view, which is what was happening up here. And, but we need to be able to show the icon. So what we were doing was saying, if not my player is murd and murder contains player. So if it's the first time that they've been a murderer, we send show icon. So that works. We're going to have to go rewrite a little bit of that code. Up here, we were just showing the icon because that was when the first game started. And so what we know is that when this murders contains my player, happens every single time for every player. So it's sending show icon and setting Boolean, but we only want it to happen if this Boolean is false. So we're going to create that same if statement we just saw, which is to say if two things are true. Number one, they must be in the list. Number two, they must not currently be the murderer. So we add the not operator and say my player is not currently listed as a murderer. In that case, we say, oh, you actually are a murderer. Oh, and by the way, we need to show your icon, so let's go ahead and show the icon. And then when this comes through again, and they've been removed from the list, this won't happen. And when it gets set to false, they're still not in the list, and they're still, so this still won't happen. And then if my player is murder, we'll reset it. So this allows us to have all of this logic in one place, which isn't exactly ideal. I think if I was coding this in something like Unity or C# or any other language, I'd probably create a custom event for all of this information and then use this if statement still, but send an event right here to cause these two items to happen. So that way I can make the script easier to read and also easier to modify later on. But for now, this is okay. If I do make this more complicated at some point, I can come back to it. Okay, when world selects by player, if the player is my player, we set my player to empty, we detach self, we send hide icon to self, and that takes care of that. Looks good. Now when world is entered by player, if the player is my player ID, attach players to head and set my player to player, and that's great. We get index of player ID over here on world start. We don't use the roles assigned anymore. Game over, we are still using. I think it's just easier to use game over. Murder list update is not murder list update. It's actually current murders. We're going to connect current murders to local event current murders. And if I'm correct, this murder list update should no longer be in the list. So if we drop down over here, we won't change this, but if we drop down and look for murder list updates, there shouldn't be, it doesn't exist anymore. And that means nobody is using it. So I had only had it in here, but then I was thinking about doing what we did with current murderers. So I just gave it a different name than what I'd originally thought I was going to use. Cool. Okay, current murders is received, game over is received, get index is sent to the icon manager. If you haven't seen that trick, I will show you really quick because it is one of the most powerful and amazing tricks ever. So we send get index to the icon manager, to the murder icon manager with self as a parameter, and then it's received back with its index in a list, which is then able to set my player ID to be my index so that when the player enters the world, if their index is my player ID, we then assign ourselves to them, which is pretty cool. Hide icon is sent to self on world start so that you don't see them on world start above. That makes sense. And when game over is received, we send hide icon for all the murders. Brilliant. I'm happy with that. That is brilliant. So I was just going to quickly show you that the murder icon manager does this. It basically says when get index is received with an object parameter new icon, add it to the list and send get index to new icon with index of new icon and icons. And since this only happens on world start, we don't have to worry about putting in any logic for that. So pretty easy. Okay. And then I love the wires. You can see they're all wired in. So it's pretty neat. Okie joke. Oh, so lots of that to do though. Like genuinely, there's a lot of other scripts that are also needing this variable broadcaster, and I'm going to have to keep tying into them. And then once I get through refactoring all of these with that new function, I'm going to then come back and work on the weapons with you guys. And again, if you have any questions, I'm gonna say this like a million times because I think it's like the most important thing if you're really serious about learning Horizon is to join our Discord. Vidyuu.com. We have a link to the Discord there. We've also got a link in the description or at the end of this video. And we have creator support channels, scripting general channels, just a lot of, you can promote your world and a lot of other features there. So we just would love to have you in the Discord, and feel free to tag me. I'm there at Lakeso5. You can ask me any questions, especially about this stuff here. If you're like working on something that you saw in here and you're having struggles, feel free to send a picture or a video of what you're working on. I'd be happy to help you. And we've also got a vibrant, amazing community that also answers questions. And half the time I come in and somebody's already answered it. And I'm so grateful to everybody else who's been answering questions. So thank you, Skeet and Shards and Gosroth. And I'm sure there's many more that I'm forgetting, like Sensei J, and so many more. But so thank you all so much for helping in the Discord, and really hope you, if you haven't already, join us there. And I will see you back here in a moment for some more refactoring. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, so in this episode, I believe, because this is the longest period of recording ever, I showed how to make this. The scripts were originally over here, and then I brought them forward, and I kind of like just, that's how I did my refactoring, and it worked really, really well. I definitely encourage something to that extent, depending on your situation. Now, in this current situation for the weapons, there are a ton of weapons, and they're all linked into this weapon manager, and there's also weapon positions. There's a lot of things that are already tied into our weapon manager. I don't want to have to do that work twice. So in that case, we need to keep all of these scripts because they have all the variables referenced. And so what we're going to do instead is select each of these scripts and duplicate them over here to keep an original copy. In fact, I think I'm actually going to go sideways, not this way. And this will be the copy that we can use as a reference to see how the script is. For instance, this one, bullet register, is simply sending add me to the gun. So we can actually delete that because that one is done. We don't need to do anything to it. It's just perfect as is. There are other things like weapon position, which is probably pretty good. So this one says when world is started, create a position. And I was always frustrated that the position of this wasn't named exactly the way I would have liked. But we really don't even need these position values since we're just sending the position off. So we're going to just go put position here, rotation here, and delete these. That's one or two less things to do. Yeah, this is running on a triangle and it's being sent to the weapon manager. We're not using the custom event manager, but we have access to that if we ever need to. And I should have done this on the one over there, but that was the point. So the point is that this is going to store the original, and then these will be the finals. So we're actually editing the finals. So my bad for doing that backwards. But there we go. Delete and delete, and we can delete those variables from over here. And now this script is been updated. So pretty nice. Okie doke. Now we've got the gun, the murder weapon, and the weapon manager script. Now there's a few things that really need to happen here on these scripts. And so I'm going to start by grabbing a quick text gizmo so I can write out some of the thoughts. And I don't know what color this is, but that should be okay. We'll know in a second. It is white. Perfect. Okay. So one of the problems is players holding two weapons. We only want them to have one. So we want to prevent that. Another problem was the weapons break. So I'm using a break between these lines. And then the other problem was weapons not dropping on death. And this is all part of the same problem, which is attached to player. And so I've been thinking a lot about this for a couple days, trying to figure out how to fix this specific bug. And that's where I determined that I needed to refactor. And so right now, the guns and the weapons are functioning pretty autonomously. Like there's very little need for the weapon manager. But I think I'm going to completely flip that on its head and put almost everything on the weapon manager, which is very different than what I've been preaching. So that is definitely different. But the reason behind it, I think, makes a lot of sense because the weapons are we're going to have a list over here that has the weapon and who's holding it. Or I think it'll actually be who it is, what they're holding. And so if they pick up another weapon and they're already holding something, it just removes that item from their hand. And so that's kind of the idea there. And yeah, so might really just like start from scratch and then just use this as a reference point to kind of look back through when we're done. And so going to the reference, this one here, we have 18%. There's a lot going on here. We can keep add me, which is received with the murder weapon, and add me, which is received with the position. So this is how we get our weapons. This is how we get our positions. We do have at least one position for weapons, so that note is no longer needed. We send add me to the murder weapon with some sound effects, death effects, visual effects, so that's nice. These are murder weapons, though. These are not related to the gun. And so what we should do is also make sure I'm editing the right one. Yep. We're going to create an add me for the object sheriff. So gun. And because gun is different, we need this parameter to be different. Otherwise, these come in as the same thing. So to know that it's the gun, we can send the Boolean is gun. And realizing that, we can now confirm this. And while this would work, we're going to actually redo this a little bit. We're actually going to delete this from up here, create a new object variable called weapon, and then press confirm, and a new Boolean variable called is gun. Press confirm. We're going to grab an if is gun, and then we'll have an else underneath this. And then else we do what we were doing before, and we drag weapon and weapon, and there we go. We can now delete this and use add me, but now to receive this, we need to go into our weapon, our murder weapon here, script, and when we are sending add me to the weapon manager with self, we now also need to send the boolean false because this is not a gun, so that will work. And then when we go to the sheriff gun script, we need to send this event to them. We haven't done that yet, so we're going to have to add this in. So we're sending an event with the parameter self. The event is add me. It's being sent to the weapon manager, so we should have that in here. If we don't, it should be easy to fix. Yeah, I guess we don't have that in here. So we'll go create new object reference for the weapon manager. Press confirm. And we'll drag that into here. And then we also want to send the boolean true because this is the gun. Now we do need to reference that. So I'm going to run all the way over here where we store the gun. And gun doesn't actually have to be stored here. It could be stored up there, since the way we're doing this now is a lot different than how we originally were. So we'll move that to there, open up the properties panel, make that a little larger, open up the properties panel, bring that down, and reference weapon manager into weapon manager. We can then turn off animation, and like that, we've now connected in sheriff's gun. Query, does the sheriff's gun have the red splat in it? Hit VFX, hit ring, weapon explosion, launch VFX. We don't have a reference to this guy, which is the red splat effect. Yeah, if you haven't seen that one, we made a video called 5 Secret Visual Effects. You can check that out. So we want to reference that. So let's go into our weapon manager. And then we're going to receive an event back from this weapon. Oh, sorry, wrong script. Let's close this one out and open back up the sheriff gun script. And so we reference this. We're then going to receive add me back with you know what? We're not going to do it this way. This is because we only have one gun. It's okay. We only have to do this one time, so I'm okay with this. So this is the red hit FX, and then I also wanted a hit sound effect that we were going to put in. Sound effects. Let's confirm. So those need to be linked in, which I'm going to put into our notes here. So let's go add break red hit VFX, and we also need a hit sound effects. There we go. And then the other change was that the sound on the gun firing was low enough that people couldn't hear it for some reason. So we'll just go in, and unfortunately there's this bug where I have to close this because the hand was in the way. Then I can open this. And then I'll show you a trick here in a second. Weapon explosion. Yeah, that's good. The distance here is only 10, so that's not great. We want to put this up to more like 50, so you can hear it throughout the whole house. Hit play. Nice. Whew, that's pretty good. And then we'll zoom out. You can zoom out by double-clicking. That's when you don't have the properties panel open. And then we need to reference the red hit VFX, which is this one. So we'll drag that down into here. And then the hit sound effects we don't have available yet, but we'll go and get one. Sounds, and we'll do hit. Let's see what we get. Boulder hit, balloon hit. None of these. None of these. That's not bad with a different pitch. I think this might be the way to go. Pebble hit. See if we can get that to sound good. So we're going to turn up the volume. We're going to turn down the pitch, hit play. So when something hits nearby, you hear that. And then we'll turn down the volume a little bit. Then we'll take the distance and change that to be 20, maybe 30. Basically, you want people to be able to directionally hear this. So if you hear this near you, you know that there was a gun shot that just about hit you. I think 20 might actually be better. Okay, and then we'll reference this here under hit sound effect. And then we just need to set this next to our gun. I'm going to set it right here on top of this, which means I need to select these three, slide up, select, since these are all related to the bullets hitting. There we go. Okay, and we'll work on that in a minute. That's why I wrote it down. Now, back into the sheriff's gun. Let's see. We were doing lots of things to check all of this. So this stuff that we were just working on with blasting out information, this is to save us from having to do that. We need to make it so only sheriff can use. Start on hip. We already did all that actually. Cool. Yeah, I did all of that. Sweet. And delete that comment. So add me is sent out. Add me is received with bullets. We listen to events from bullets so we know if they do hit. We set collidability to false. We set bullet visibility to false as soon as we hear about them. We set bullet count to be the length of the bullets, and we set bullet origin to be the bullet position of bullet. So we can use that later. This all looks pretty good. The stuff I don't really want to use is roles assigned, player stabbed, player shot, and player coins, and world player exits. I think this isn't necessary. Maybe roles assigned is necessary because that tells us who the sheriff is. I'm going to delete all of this stuff related to players left, and game over will keep. So now, if we go in, roles assigned is received with sheriff and murders and innos. We set first hold to true. We set current sheriff to sheriff. We set current player to empty because nobody's grabbed it. We have murders and innocents as values here. We're going to delete this. Attach self to sheriff. So we'll set current player to empty, set current sheriff to sheriff, attach to sheriff torso, set who can grab to be just the current sheriff, set who's allowed to view to be just the sheriff. Perfect. So all of this looks good. We don't need to do this because this was all for tracking this. We will need this code here though. I'm going to delete this for now because this piece is important. But what we're going to do is up here, we're going to duplicate this and remember that one that we created. It's interesting because it seems like we're almost always using when the player list updates are received, which gives us all three at the same time, just because it comes with so much more information. But I know there are places where I need it individually, so I think it's okay to have all of that. Okay, player list updates. So now we go down into here, and we're going to duplicate roles assigned because player list updates comes with the exact same set of variables. We'll drop down and rename this to player list updates. And there it is. Now we don't update this information. What we do is we potentially update who's allowed to view. If the current sheriff is now empty player, then we know that the sheriff is now empty, so who can grab is now the innocents. So this might require some more fun stuff to work in. So I'm going to say a comment and say other stuff question mark. And hopefully I'll remember the other stuff when I read that later. Because my brain is still running really fast and I need to go grab the set 2 because what we're really doing in the player updates list is to update the murder list and the innocent list with these values because this increases and decreases it, which is what all of that other code was for. We had all of those connecting events, and so all that work we put in earlier, I've already gone and done a bunch of changes here between the recordings, and that saved a bunch of code there. Now it's saving code in the future, and so 36 scripts and counting. I think we're at 37 maybe even now, and it's getting better. So this is making it a lot easier to code. So just like these little things, they do take a lot of work and they don't make any practical changes, but they do affect the final game performance and make it easier to write code in the future. So definitely worth the effort. Okay, so set murders to murds, set innocents to innos. If current sheriff is empty, then we want to set who can grab to be the innocents. Okay. Roles assigned is how we know that the sheriff has been assigned and the game has started. This is all happening to initialize. And let's see what else. When an object is grabbed by the is right-handed player, we set current player to be that player. If first hold is true, we set first hold to false. So there's a bunch of code I was running in here to basically do a bunch of stuff. And well, this one is okay because this is clearing the pop-up. So we'll keep that. I'm not really sure how much I'm going to actually change. I'm curious. It's very curious. Set is right hand to is right. So now we've saved if they are right-handed or not. Let's do this up here because when we're setting the player, we should also save their right-handedness. Reset who is allowed to view self. When the object is grabbed, we want everyone to be able to see it. That's why we reset who is allowed to view. So I'm going to put this. Yeah, that can stay there. That's fine. Now, when an object is released by a player, we set who is allowed to view self to be just that player. And if current player doesn't equal empty player, attach self to player. Interestingly, I think what we have to do here is maybe what solves the problem. So we need to actually use reset who is allowed to view. So if, got it, actually I need an else, sorry. So what's happening here is that when the player lets go, their current player value is here. And if they've let go, and since they grabbed it, they've died, their current player value is set to be empty. And because of that, we
Uncle
set...
Lakes.
Haley, I'm recording. Hi.
Oh,
It's
oops.
okay. You're okay. We're going to be testing in about 45 minutes. So if you want to come back at 4 o'clock Pacific, 7...
Are you publishing it?
I will be publishing at 8 Eastern.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay.
I'll see you then.
Yep.
So when the player has died, the current player is set to empty. And so when they first grabbed it, we set it to be the player. And if it comes through and they've let go and they're empty, we know they have died. And therefore, what we were doing wrong is we were setting who is allowed to view always to be just the player, but only if they're not dead. That's why I use the not equal sign. Do we set who is allowed to view to be the player? Otherwise, we reset who is allowed to view, and then anyone can view. We also want to do one other thing here, which is we want to reset who's allowed to grab. So we set who can grab object. And this is where we set it to be anyone who is innocent. And since we're updating the innocence constantly, this works. Yeah. And then once somebody has grabbed it, we set the current player to be this player. And we want the innocents to be able to steal from each other. So that's why we're going to leave it like that. Now, when the innocents get updated over here, if the current sheriff is empty, which is what should happen after the player has died, we'll have to check on that. We should be setting who can grab to be innocent. Oh, perfect. Okay, that's already in here. Very nice. And let's see. So maybe this solves some of the problems we were having with the gun. If we solve some of the problems, then maybe we're good to go. Because I was planning to do a much bigger refactor, but it looks like we might have solved it. Okay, we've reset who's allowed to view it. We've set who can grab it to be the innocents. The position is supposed to be on the ground at this point, but it might not be. When player left is received, that's where we say if the player equals the current sheriff. Okay, so this is how we were getting when a player died, and we were connecting all those events earlier. And that's why this code works, which I don't know that I want to keep because it is kind of convoluted. Didn't we have another player death message coming in? Let's check and see. There's a bunch of new ones. We have player fell, we have dead murders, we have dead NOs, we have player left world, player left world, we have player killed. So we do have player killed, player left world, and player fell. And those three come with one. The only one that's different is the player killed comes with an extra parameter. Could be used to find out if the player was but I kind of wanted to keep this in wait, there's another solution in here. If we think about this just a little bit longer, sorry, my brain catching up to speed here, what we'll remember is that no matter if a player is alive or dead, when we get a list update, right? So when a player lives or dies, we get this player list updates with murders and innos. And instead of doing if current sheriff equals empty, which was set to empty because we got the player left event, we should actually take all of this code and move this up and into our set who is able to grab, let's see, no, right up to here. This is that other stuff I was talking about, right? And so what we're doing is we're going to check and see if the sheriff is empty, right? So not our current sheriff, but if the sheriff that comes through as a parameter is empty, then we set our sheriff to, or the current sheriff, excuse me, to be empty players. We need to go grab current sheriff. And so we set current sheriff to be empty. So that clears that. We also know that if the sheriff is empty, we also need to set the current player to empty. So that way the gun gets reset as we just did in that let go event. And let's see what else is in here. So we can delete this. We've done this. We've done this. We need to detach self if it is currently attached to the player. We need to force release self if it's currently held. Now this does cause the when object is released by player event to go off. We need to reset who is allowed to view self. Set who can grab self to reset who's allowed to view. So everyone can view. Set who can grab to be innocence. Perfect. We've already done that. Need to test if player exits world or coins while sheriff. That's a good question. I think it'll work because that's all coming through on this list update. Set current position to foot position of player. So the idea was that we're going to move this object to the foot position of the player, but we need to save this player beforehand. So what we should do is if sheriff equals empty, then our sheriff, current sheriff, is this. The query, though, is if this current sheriff has left the world, this is received 1 or 2 frames after the player has left the world. Is this foot position working? Is a real serious question, because if it's not working, might not have good thing to do. So what we could do instead, which I kind of like, is instead of getting the foot position of the player, let's actually do get position of object self. And I'll show you a trick I was thinking about to do for this that I thought could solve some other issues. So reset who's allowed to view, set who can grab. I'm going to delete the other stuff since we've added in the other stuff. We were checking if the gun position had been moved to the outside of the manor to move it back to the origin position. We really need this gun to be in the manor, so I think that was part of the reason the origin position was, still in there. But I'm thinking that we should be okay. We might not be okay. Okay, I guess we'll need that if statement still. Okay, so if current position, else, and that means we do need to move the gun back into the house. That is totally okay. We'll just move it back over and into here. And so if your sheriff gun disappears, it should be right around here. And that kind of makes sense since that's where the sheriff spawns in, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so we set current position to be the position of self. Now, if that position is greater than the X max of Manor, it means that they are this way. They're out here in the courtyard. And in that case, we need to move the gun back to the origin position and rotate back to its origin rotation. Otherwise, we want it to move self to the current position, which was supposed to be the foot position of the player. What I'd like to do instead is grab another object variable, which is going to be called a ray cast. And we're going, I think it's one word with no cap. Raycast, confirm. And then what we're going to do is fire a raycast. Now, if you've never used raycast before, they're not too crazy. We're going to keep this one super duper basic. And I'm going to use what looks scary, but is actually the easier one to use. It's called raycast with overrides. So we drop that in here. Now, raycast with overrides requires a raycast gizmo. The position is the origin, so we put the current position there. The direction, we want it to fire straight down from that origin position. So we go 0, 1, -1, 0. because we know that y is your up and down value. So a -1, so a 0, -1, 0 means it's pointing straight down. So it fires with a downward. If you wanted to fire upward, it would just be 0, 1, 0. And if you wanted to fire along the world's X or Z, you could do that. Or you could calculate the direction, which is a little bit more complicated and out of scope for today's video. But now that we've raycasted with the raycast from current position to 0, -1, 0, what we can then do is say move to the hit position. So we go to operators under raycast, which is right here. We can get raycast data and get the hit point, hit point. And we're only going to do this if did hit. So we're going to say if get raycast data from this raycast gizmo and did hit, which is a Boolean value. If it does hit, then we're going to move self to the hit point on the raycast gizmo plus an amount. And so I'm going to delete this and add a plus symbol because I found the gun spawning in the ground at one point. And I was like, I'm not okay with that. So we're going to add to it with a vector similar to the one we had before. But instead of a -1, we're going to add to it with 0.5. So it's half a meter above the ground. Theoretically. we'll see if it works later. Now, this all happens instantaneously. So if the player hasn't been teleported yet, I don't know what to tell you. If the player hasn't been teleported yet, it might collide with the player, and therefore we'll have this floating a half meter above where the player left, and it is what it is. So I could put a delay in here. I'll leave a comment to remind myself that might be something worth doing. We'll say may need to delay by 0.5 seconds. Could be less than that too. I'll put dot. Might collide with player. Collide with player or player and gun may always be in courtyard. So those are some of the things that we'll have to look for when we do some testing on this. Okay. So if the player is in the courtyard, we're just going to have to somehow save the value, potentially putting in like every maybe 1 to 2 seconds while the gun is held or attached to a player. It's updating the position of the gun. So that way we always have a relevant current position to work from. So instead of setting it here, we just set it every 2 seconds. But that's okay. So that works. Now, this is all happening when we get player list updates, but it only does it if the sheriff is equal to empty. But what if the sheriff is equal to empty and there's more people dying? Like every time somebody dies, this is going to get updated and it's going to keep trying to do all of this. So what we need to do is add another if statement, which is sheriff alive? So we're going to create a Boolean called is sheriff alive? Press confirm. And we're going to say if the sheriff is alive and we're going to go undo, grab an and then put this on the right side, put this here, delete this, and then sheriff is alive. Now, if that's the case, we only want this to happen one time. So we set is sheriff alive to Boolean input false. And then when the sheriff has been assigned, we set it to true. So we'll drag this up into here when we assign the sheriff. So we set is sheriff alive to true. Perfect. Now that will work. And let's see. I think that about covers that. When object is grabbed by the is right hand of player, set current player to player, set is right hand to is right. First told reset who is allowed to view so everyone can see it. When object is released, if current player doesn't equal empty, meaning it is a some player, then we attach self to that player's torso. We set who is allowed to view self to be the player. Theoretically, somebody else should be able to grab this. So this is an interesting dilemma where you might be able to steal the gun off of the current player if they're an innocent. So that's interesting. Worth thinking about. I guess we'll have to look into seeing how that works. We might need to say when object is grabbed by the right-handed player, set who can grab it. So set current player to player, and then, yeah, so set who is allowed to grab. So this is going to add kind of a weird quirk that we're going to need to address. So set who is allowed to grab to be the current player. And then, and therefore, nobody else can steal it. So the first innocent to grab the gun is now in charge of the gun. But what if they die? And so the sheriff for the gun is important because this lets us know that the sheriff has died. But what if the current holder dies? We also need to drop the gun because somebody needs to be able to have the gun. So what we should determine is Boolean. Oh man, this stinks. This is difficult. We're going to create a Boolean called drop gun, and press confirm. We are going to set the drop gun to be something we're going to calculate. So drop gun is first and foremost, is the sheriff alive? And is the sheriff an empty player? So this is the first thing that causes this to happen. And then we're going to set, and we can actually bring the drop gun into here. Now we're going to set drop gun to be an OR statement. And so we're going to check a couple values. So we're going to say if drop gun is true, meaning this one was true, or, and then we're going to check another value. And we're going to do this twice. And what we're checking is if the list contains the current player. And now that I think about it, we only let the innocents grab, so we don't need to check murders. So we can actually delete this second one. So we say set drop gun to be innos contains the current player. And so that means the current, does not contain the current player? That's problematic, isn't it? We need one of these. Another Boolean called is held by inno. Press confirm. And up here, we need to set is held by inno to false. Drop that and false. And then in here, we're going to do the same thing we did there. So we're going to duplicate this. Well, let's duplicate that. Drop that into here. Drag this into here. So then we say is held by inno. So is it held by an innocent? And is the innocent not containing our player? And so then we're going to duplicate this and say not. So I'm going to grab the not operator. And then we'll drag this down and into here. Okay, so the list doesn't contain the list, or it doesn't contain that value. Then we need to set the is held by inno to false because they've now died, so it's no longer held by an innocent. This then resets it to be held by the new set of innocents. And then we also need to say is held by inno when it's picked up by an innocent. So we say if the current player who's grabbed the object does not equal the sheriff, then we know that it's picked up by somebody new. So if we say current player doesn't equal our current sheriff, then we set is held by innocent to Boolean value true. And now we have been able to set that, and that will get updated every time they grab it. We don't need to do any pop-ups for them or anything like that, so this will work. And because I want this to be a little more chronological, I think I'm going to move this down here. And then reset who's allowed to view it. Yeah, that should work. Then when object is released, it should continue working as before. Attach self to the player's torso. Set who's allowed to view self to be player. And then if they are now empty, we've set current player to be empty because the innocent died. Then we don't, we reset who's allowed to view it, set who can grab, and it should have been locked into some location. Okay. So that's looking pretty good. Now we've got when index triggers pressed while grabbed. So this is the gun firing events. We're done with all the just grabbing events. Now we're going to actually launch the gun. So if is right hand, we play haptics on the right hand or left hand. And then play sound on launch sound effect, play visual effects on launch visual effects. Set I to I+1 for our bullet to determine which bullet we're firing. Then we set current bullet to be that bullet. We set current bullet collidability to true, set current bullet visibility to true, launch current bullet from self at a speed of 100, send turn off collider to self after 0.3 seconds with the current bullet. So this is so it doesn't bounce around because we're using physical bullets. We're not using projectile launcher. And this is so that we can shoot coins because projectile launchers don't hit coins, but these do. So then when turn off collider with bullet, we set bullet collidability to false, set bullet visibility to false, move bullet back to its origin position, and stop physical motion on the bullet. When colliding with player with info, we send play location visual effects to self with the point. And if the X is less than the manor entrance and the player doesn't equal the current sheriff, we should say player doesn't equal the current player because this will also equal current sheriff. So this makes it so you can't kill yourself. Then send player shot to custom event manager with the players. Send you died pop up to that player with who shot you. Cool. And play location visual effects. So we move the hit visual effects to the position hit. We also want to move the sound effects that we just linked in. So our hit sound effects moves to that position, and then we'll go play that sound effect. Okay. And play hit sound effects. Now, if we hit a player like we did up here, and we've killed them, we want to move the red visual effect to their position. So we move the red hit effects to the player's position of their torso. And this is just going to make it look a little bit cleaner, nice and centered on them. Position of player torso. And this is for this player. Interesting, we could have it go torso or head. So if it's a headshot, so we're going to determine that by using an if statement. And we'll say if it's below, else move to position of head. And so then we're going to do head. And then to determine this, we need to calculate the point relative to one of these positions. So we're going to create a new vector called hit, or excuse me, we'll do head position. I think that's what I'd like to do. Head position, confirm. Now we're going to set the head position to be the position of player's head and then use it here as well. We could do a distance check and see if the hit point is close to the head, but I think using the Y value, we can get it a little bit more accurate. So what we're going to do is check if the Y value of the head position is, sorry, my brain is thinking. The Y value of the point is lower than the Y value of the head position is the idea. And then we do need to subtract a little bit here, which I'll explain in just a second. We're going to go grab the Y of vector from vector math under operators, and then we can put head position here, and then this is the hit points Y. So we get the Y of the hit point, and if it hits below the Y of the head position, that would be the center of the head. So we want to subtract a little bit to account for the middle of the head. So we'll use number input, maybe 0.3 or 0.4 even. So if you hit near the head, this is true if it's below the torso. Else we've hit the head and therefore we play on the head position. And so we move to head position and then we want to play that visual effect. So we'll go actions and grab the play visual effect. Now we're playing the visual effect no matter what. So right below this, we just grab play visual effect on red hit sound effect, and there we go. Okay. And that looks pretty nice. Now we play location visual effect no matter where we hit, and we play the sound effect, so that should make it sound good. Now when game over is received, we are setting current sheriff to empty player, and we're setting current player to empty player, which is another way for us to end that game early. Reset who's allowed to view self, set who can grab to empty player, detach self, force release self, move self to gun origin position, rotate self to gun origin position or rotation. But this thing, I think this will work. I mean, we're just gonna have to test it. Was there anything else we need to set to false? Kind of feel like we need to set these booleans to false. Is held by NO. Is sheriff alive? feel like both of these go to false, but maybe I'm wrong. Do we use them? If we don't use them, I'm not going to. Let's go check. And we're scrolling up to when object is grabbed, and we aren't using those values here. Oh, we are. If current, oh, that's only if the current player doesn't equal sheriff, which is true, right? Because current player currently equals empty. Oh, actually, they're both the same. They're both equal empty, so it won't say. Nice, nice accident. Happy accident right there. Cool. I think we're good. So then we might get a player list update because at the end of the world we get an empty list. So this comes through as empty. This gets set to empty. This gets set to empty. When the last players go through, and we set drop gun sheriff equals empty player. Is sheriff alive? We didn't change that, so that should be true. This won't contain the player anymore. Is held by NO might be true, so that actually causes the drop gun event to happen, which is good, I think. We could set those to false, though, which prevents this from happening, and we did move it to the origin position. I don't think we need to do any of this. So let's go set these values to false. But murders and NOs will get reset by themselves, so we don't need to do that. Okay, so let's go set those booleans to false. Boolean input, false, false, and is held by NO, and is sheriff alive gets set to false, and neither of those get set to true when that goes through for the final. Okay, I think that solves a lot of the problems. Red hit visual effects and hit sound effects done. Weapons not dropping on death or attached to player. I think that might actually be solved. We'll read through the murder weapon. Sheriff gun 2, done. Players holding 2 weapons. We haven't done that yet. That is actually big. That only affects murderers, though, so that might all get tied into our... Sorry, I just realized what I was doing. Thirsty. Okay. Re-thing. So the players holding 2... and players holding 2 weapons is probably going to be handled by our weapon manager because it only affects murders since they're the only ones who can do that. So that should all work. Try that one more time. And then players holding players holding 2 weapons is only affecting murders, so it'll probably be handled on the weapon manager. We're going to have to take a quick peek at that and see where we want to go. So let's go ahead and start with the murder weapons and see. It says consider options for custom location like knife in a kitchen. Add swing strength is another idea. We'll leave those ideas in there because I'm not tackling those today. Excuse me. I have 17 minutes till I should be getting some testers in here to do some testing for our launch tonight. Okay, so we're setting the origin position to position of self, setting knife origin rotation of self, adding me to the weapon manager, adding my position to the weapon manager, connecting the custom event game over to local event game over. And we got the roles assigned and the player left. And so we were able to get rid of all the player left by utilizing when the list happens. We go down to player list updates, and we'll connect that to player list updates. See if I can find that faster this time. There it is. Okay, so with those connected, we can now go through and read through. We do get add me with / visual sound effects, death sound effects, and death VFX, which comes from the manager. Consider sending lists later on for random death and / sounds, which is a great idea, but not required at this time. When roles assigned is received, we have sheriff, merds, and NOs, and that's where we set the current holder to be empty. We set murders to be merds. we set who can grab to be the murderers, and we set who is allowed to view self to be the murderers. Now, interestingly, roles assigned is kind of like game started. So I think we should actually change this to be game started. And because that's what we're really getting here. We're really just getting the information that the game has started. So let's do that. Put that one above game over since that makes better sense. And that like that, so that makes better sense. And then what we can do is when event game started is received, we can move that one up and into it. Boom. So set current holder to empty when game started. And then instead of this being called roles assigned, this is going to be called the player list updates. And then that takes care of setting murders to merds, setting who can grab self to that, setting who's allowed to view self to murders, which is nice, except if it's held. And so we only do this if not held. So we're going to say is held. Well, if not is held. So we'll grab if not held and grab the held boolean. Okay, then set who is allowed to view self to be murders in this case. Set who can grab to be murders only if it's not held, right? Yeah. Set murders to merds works. When game started is set current holder to empty player. It's not even if it's just held. It's more like if a player has grabbed it, right? So do we have current holder? Yeah. So if current holder doesn't equal empty, that's a more accurate way to describe what we're looking for here. So if the current holder is not an empty player, then we know that we can do this. So once somebody has grabbed it, then this takes effect. Okay. Now, roles assigned. This was to update. Oh, we were even doing it down here. We can delete this now because that's no longer necessary. We had player left to remove players and update who can grab and who can view, but now that should be handled by this up here. So that looks good. We did have an event in here to check if my player has left. So we should be checking, let's delete the code that we don't need, which is this one, and set current holder to empty if the player who has died. So what we need to find out is, does our current holder, so if the current holder is not empty, are they dead? So does the list contain item? And I think the question is, does it not contain the item? So then we say, list contains item. So if the murderer, or we'll use our murderer list, doesn't really matter. If the murderers contains the current holder and it does not contain it, we then want to set current holder back to empty because we know they've died. And now we want to reset everything. So we set who is allowed to view self back to the murderers, which is interesting because we have this. So we should have an else statement in here. Interesting. Current holder doesn't equal empty. Think about that. The current holder doesn't equal empty, then somebody's grabbing it, and we want to set who can grab to murderers. I think I've got this backwards. If current holder is empty, we want to set who can grab to be murderers and set who is allowed to view. Got it. That makes way more sense. So set murders to merds. If the current holder doesn't equal empty, then we're checking if that murder contains the current holder. Set current holder to empty. If it doesn't, set who is allowed to view self to be the murderers. And then we're going to be basically resetting all of this. And then setting who is allowed to grab to also be the murderers. We then need to detach self, force release self. We need to set the current position. And we're going to do the same thing we did before where we get the position of the object. So we'll go grab position of object self is our current position. And then we were doing that same if statement. So we'll bring that up and into here. You can see why I was thinking of moving this over into the weapon manager so I didn't have to have so much duplicated code. And now delete player left. When game over, we set current holder to empty. An object is grabbed by player. Curious what's going on there. We'll come back to this in a minute. So, and think. So what do we got here? Detach self, force release self, set current position to position of self. If that current position is greater than the X max of Manor entrance, move to the origin position of the knife and the origin rotation of the knife, which is just a hacky way to get it back into the Manor, similar to what we did with the gun. Now, if it's not, then we keep it at the position of self. We could do the raycast thing. I don't know that we're going to, though. I think we're just going to leave it right where they let go. We might add physics to these in the future. Like, that could solve the problem with the gun, too. Um, but for now, we're not going to. We'll add physics later. So I'll actually put in a comment to say that's an idea. Comment, consider adding physics. Consider adding physics so the gun falls on the ground, or the weapon. Okay. Consider adding physics so the weapon falls on the ground. So then we're not going to move self at all because it is the current position of self, so we can delete that. If the current position equals 0, 0, 0, this is a bug that I was thinking could happen. I don't think it can happen anymore. So that's fine. We're going to put this comment right there. And that takes care of a lot of that. Now, we do have the detach and force release. I like to do force release, then detach. Not that it actually does me any good, but I wish it would. Because we're going to have to put in a lot of the same logic we did for the sheriff gun, which is quite a bit of work. Okay, so when game over is received, set current holder to empty. When game over is received, set current holder to empty player. I feel like this is missing a lot of things, but the player list update, I suppose, will come through to save the day, really, right? Because we know that this is actually going to come through even when the game ends. And so the current holder won't be empty. It'll be something, right? And then it'll say set current holder to empty if it's not contained in the list, which it won't. It's going to reset everything, which will be to nothing because there are no players in the list. Force release on self. Now, this might have the problem I've seen in the past. I don't know if it's still true. This was like over a year ago, but when I set an object's visibility to be an empty list, it would make it visible to everybody. But theoretically, it's inside the manor, so it's not a big deal. Unless, of course, they've been teleported outside the manor, but even then it gets teleported back inside, so shouldn't be a problem. So when game over is received, we're actually not going to keep that. I think we can actually go and delete our connection to the game over event. There we go. So then we have when object is grabbed by player. If current holder equals empty, send clear pop-up to the custom event manager with the player. Reset who is allowed to view self. Okay, so now everyone can view it because it's being held. We set current holder to the player, which I suppose really only needs to happen here. I guess we'll leave it there just in case. Reset who's allowed to view self. The just in case is in case I ever add a feature where you can like steal weapons from each other, like as murders. Reset who is allowed to view self. Set current holder to player. Set is held to true. When object is released by player, set is held to false. And then if current holder doesn't equal empty player, if current holder doesn't equal empty player, attach self to the player's torso. But if it does equal empty, we know they have died. And then it was released. And then said who is allowed to view self to just the player, only if that is the case. Now, when colliding with player with info, we're first saying, is it held? And is the position, the current position, oh, the point. That's why it wasn't working correctly. Is the x of point less than x max of manor entrance? And meaning it's inside the manor. And can stab and player doesn't equal, this is a lot of ands, doesn't equal current holder. So you can't kill yourself. Can stab is enabled. It sets can stab to false, which you'll see why in just a second, so it doesn't hit multiple times. X of point is less than manor entrance, so you have to be inside the manor, and it's currently held. That's a lot of things to check. I genuinely think that there is a better way to do this. And so what we should check first is if it is held. Okay, so basically we've eliminated half the times this might be colliding with players, and now it's only giving us a singular check to stop. It doesn't have to do any of these other checks. So then the next question is, okay, got it. It's held. Is it allowed to stab, right? So it's held, but can it stab? Okay, it can stab. Nice. Is it stabbing the current player? And I think we can use both these at the same time. So is it stabbing the current holder? Because we don't want to do that. And is that less, the point less of? And then we take all of this and we take this big one, drop it into here, delete this one, and then we indent this into here. And this basically has two dummy checks to prevent us from doing a bunch of and if statements all at the same time, when really we don't need to do it in these two cases. And so the can stab gets reset after half a second. So if you've got your weapon in somebody, it normally will go off like 100 times. That's 100 of those and statements. So we just really did save quite a bit. Yeah, so I think that's good. So then, send can stab to self after 0.5 seconds, which resets it back to being true. We send player stab to the thing with the kill verb. We send you died pop up to the custom event manager with the player to let them know that they got a dot who killed them and that they died. We move hit visual effects to point, play visual effects to hit visual effects, move visual sound effects, play sound, dying sound. Okay, lots of stuff happening there, but it's just sound effects and visual effects. And then can stab resets. All that looks good. There were some weird bugs that have occurred, so I am a little worried about those happening. Welcome in, Euphoria.
Hello.
I guess we'll just test for them now that we got our first tester in. Welcome in. We got 4 minutes on the clock, so we're doing pretty good for time. We can now delete this. Oh, we haven't fixed if players are holding 2 weapons, so that was a query if we could do that with the weapon manager. So we'll leave that there for a minute. And the query is, how do we check if the player is already holding a weapon? We'll come back to that in just a sec. Let's just see if there's anything in here we can optimize. So we've got game started and game over as the event's being received. We've got move below map happening on world start to get these things out of here. When admin is received with a weapon, we didn't save the gun as a parameter. So we should get a Boolean, or excuse me, an object, and call it sheriff gun. There we go, and confirm. And now we can set that. Although we're not using it, we might want to use it in the future. And so now we've at least saved that information, which is great to have for potential use, especially because it only happens once on the world start. It's not like we're running this over and over again. Add weapon to weapons, send adme to the weapon with all the sound effects and visual effects. When adme is received with positions and rotations, we save those. When game started to receive, we set game started to true, send place weapons to self, which is going to go place the weapons. When game over is received, we set is game started to false and send move below map to self, which moves all the weapons below the map. Then when place weapons is received, we clear the gameplay weapons. We clear the I weapons, the I position. Oh no, we set I weapons to weapons, I positions, I rotations. It warns me that too many weapons could break this. Well, I guess we're going to find out maybe later today. That's funny. That is funny. We did 10 yesterday with no problem though, so I think probably in the clear. And then after we've placed all the weapons, you say if the length of weapons equals 0, meaning that none of the weapons got placed. It's a really low chance. It could happen though. I would actually like to go through and do this all differently. Let's just go refactor it right now because this could take care of that potential bug too. So place weapons needs a place weapons loop. And so if you've never broken a while loop into multiple sections, that's what we're going to do here. So we're going to say place weapons loop. Place weapons loop. All right, and press confirm. Now, place weapons loop is going to do a while loop in a way that looks like an if statement. But the way it works is we say if this value from the while loop, so we drop that down into the if statement, if the length of I weapons is greater than 0, then we do the thing. Except for I actually really didn't like the way this was done. And so right here, we've got length of gameplay weapons equals 0. What we should be saying is length of gameplay weapons equals some value that we've determined that we can now check against. And so we know the length of the weapon. So we're going to go create a new number variable called current weapon count. And we want it to be somewhere between 50% and 100%. So we're going to set this current weapon count to be a value, and we're going to get a random number, but first we need to put the floor in because we want it to be a whole number. And so then we're going to go get random number, random integer. How am I flying past it? There it is. Okay. Random integer between 0 and the length of I weapons. Very nice. Okay. So now that we have the current weapon count, we'll bring that down, and we're just going to say as long until if this is greater than, we stop. So we actually need the inverse of this, which is if it is less than. We'll grab the less than symbol. So if the I called it weep count. Let's reword that again. Number called current weapon target. I think that makes more sense too, because I was like, count, that's not what I am thinking. So current weapon target, and we'll scroll up and reset this because it's the target number of weapons, and then delete that. And I realize now that this is 0, and it should actually be, duplicate this. I put the floor in the wrong spot. So this goes into here because this is going to return an integer, which is what we're looking for. The number 0 is where we need the floor. And we want the floor to be half of this, so we're going to divide that by 2. And then because we're getting this length of over and over again, we're going to just create a new I value called I length. There we go. Press confirm. And so we can then set I length to be the floor. Oh wait, actually, excuse me. It's supposed to be the length of weapons. And then we take length of weapons here and there and divide it by 2. And number input 2. So this will give us, so if there's 10 weapons, we'll have a random assortment between 5 and 10. So we could have all 10, we could have just 5. And because of the way I'm doing it down here, I think it's actually minimum of 6. And because we're saying less than, and then if it is less than, we add to it. And what we're getting is the length of, which is right here, length of gameplay weapons. So we get the length of gameplay weapons is less than current weapon target. And if that is the case, we want to continue sending place weapons loop to self. So we're going to change this to the place weapons loop. Element OP, place weapons loop. There we go. Send place weapons loop to self. So this is now going to loop. And we can delete this because we've fixed that potential problem. And we need to send place weapons loop up here, which we'll get to. Now, in this loop, we know that we are sending this the first time we definitely need a weapon. We send this when this is, say, 5. That should be possible. 5, 10 divided by 2 is 5. And then this comes back, says 4. It sends it again, which comes back as 5. Okay, so 5 will be the minimum, which is great. Now what we're going to do is remove iWeapon from iWeapons, which takes it out of the pool that we can choose from. We want to add iWeapon to the gameplay weapon so that we've got a current count of how many gameplay weapons we have. We want to use all of the stuff from the while loop before. So this is how we kind of make a while loop that is more powerful than what would be otherwise possible in Horizon. We're just moving all of this down. We're going to read it when we're done. So we were previously using I to be random integer between 0 and length of I positions. And the I weapon we were doing was get item I for I position, set I, where are we setting? Oh, there it is. Set I weapon. So what we'd been doing was we were getting a random integer between 0 and the weapon sit out frequency to prevent these. We're going to delete this, and go and delete the I sit out frequency because we're not doing that. What we're going to do instead is get a set I weapon to be get item random integer between 0 and length of I weapons from I weapons. So now we're just getting a random item from the list. And once we've gotten all of the weapons, it stops running and we've placed the relevant number of weapons. So that works. And all the bugs are fixed. So we can have as many weapons as we want. So if Euphoria decides to put in 50,000 million weapons, we can do that. But we'll probably lower the length. So there's only like 5. Just kidding, Euphoria. So good stuff. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we need in this section. I think that's good. Place weapons loop works. Move below map works. We've got a while loop here, but this one could break too. So let's go ahead and break this one up too, just because it's also potentially broken by the number of things. So we're going to create a new called, what was this? Move below map loop. So a new event called move below map operation. Actually, I've got another way that you can do a while loop. Let me show you another trick that I use for while loops and making them work better. Move below map operation. So the move below map operation is going to do all of the things. So it's going to move iWeapon to the hide position. It's going to set iWeapon collidability, this stuff, all of this, set who can grab, reset who is allowed to view, detach, force release. And then what we do is we get item 0, and then we send this move below map operation. And so this, oh, hey, mama. Sweet, we've got our
Hello.
testers. Let's go. We're ready to test. I'm just last little line of code. Super excited. Move.
Do you want me to pull in the other weapons?
Sure, why not? Let's go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, put them up in the treehouse, and then we'll get those working in a second. So set iWeapon to get item 0 from iWeapon, send move below map operation to self, and then remove item at 0. And so what we're going to send is iWeapon as a parameter. And so then this is received with an object parameter called current weapon. And then what we have to do is use this to replace all of this. And so now all this complicated logic that would have had to happen in the same frame no longer needs to happen in this same while loop frame and can be split across multiple frames in the future. And that makes it way more efficient. So the while loop won't break because it's just going to go through every item. And you should be able to get about, 20 to 50 of these. I haven't tested it last time. That would be my guess based off my experience. So yeah, 20 to 50 you should be able to go. And I think we're going to have probably maximum of 20 weapons. So I don't think this will ever break. But if it does, we'll do the same thing, you saw up here where we create a event loop. Okay. Whew. Very, very cool. Let's see. I think we are good. I suspect there are some bugs. We never took care of the players holding 2 weapons. That's okay. It's on my to-do list to do later. But we did rewrite the script so that they should be less buggy theoretically, which was the important task for today, which is fixing bugs. So, good stuff. We can now delete this one. Oh my gosh, it's a Vidyuu.
Oh my goodness.
I wasn't expecting you to come in like that, Mama. That's so funny. That's cool. Clear, play, stop.
Okay, got the lock.
Okie doke. Hey, Euphoria, how you doing?
Yep, pretty good. I put some just on the edge of the hallways towards the end. There's
Nice.
a couple in front of the spawn points, and then I put some in the corners on the upstairs where like the balcony is.
Yeah. You want to go and find the rooms that have double weapons and bring the extra weapon up here to the to the treehouse.
Okay. I'm stealing a light for a moment. I need to see.
You're fine.
I got the lock. Oop, I forgot I did that.
I can turn the lights
I purposefully made the lock into 2 pieces. That way you can actually animate this piece to
show it opening. Very cool.
Yep.
Thank you.
And then I've got the keyhole here.
Sweet.
Where'd you go? There you are.
All right, we got 3 weapons in. Let's go. And then Mama's going to pull out the other weapons so we can zoom those into the group.
Was there just a few that were doubled, or was it?
I think I did 4 or 5. So every weapon should have had in its room another weapon next to it. At least that was my goal yesterday.
I just a crowbar by itself in here.
I think I never found the crowbar then. That makes sense. Yeah, I never found that one. I was looking really fast last night to try and dupe him for the game.
Oh, here's the hammer right here.
Okay, I did get 4. Okay, good. Okay, so we've got
Here's the
our
wrench.
this. I'm gonna group this together now. Maybe.
Oh, come on. Don't tell me there's a face that I missed. Did I miss a face?
Oh, there we go.
I did. I missed
Cool.
a damn face on the damn back.
Oh, really? Oh.
And whoever's editing
Yeah.
this video, just cut that part out.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were recording.
You're fine. You're fine.
Okay, I gotta fix the wrench.
That's okay.
Here's the lead pipe.
Nice. Okay, so Euphoria, when we look at this weapon, there should be an invisible collider that neither of us can see. And again, whoever's editing this, remove this section. We're not allowed to talk about it. Not public knowledge. But anyway, so we're going to make this non-collidable. I'm doing that now. I'm also going to turn off light and shadows. So that way it's a little bit more efficient on the server. And then what we're doing is deleting the knife out of here and then zooming this in and making sure the collider matches with it. And then the grab anchor needs to match with it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You gotta flip the normals on the hammerhead. The
No
hammer
worries.
part was fine, but the hammerhead.
No worries.
Bowling ball.
Let's go. Last night I took Nalia, or yesterday during the day, I took Nalia to the bowling alley near us.
Nice.
Yeah, that was fun. This bowling ball is kind of messed up. I'm not sure.
Is it?
I can't do anything right now because my hands are broken. It says, please wait processing. That's new.
That's different.
Yeah. Guess I'll just grab one of these lights and bring it over. Oh, I can't do
Oh,
anything.
that's the collider, isn't it?
Well, I was looking at the holes, and the holes were really funky.
Are they? Yeah, I may have to flip the normals on those.
Looking at them in there. Oh, I guess they're floating off the edges too.
Are they still floating? Oh my god, the freaking.
They should be like holes in the surface, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
But if I were to delete the faces, it makes it look 10 kinds of weird.
Yeah, because it should just be black on the inside, so we just need to like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, it's not rendering for me. Does the light doing anything for you? Can you see it?
It takes.
Not
It's
really.
kind of
It's really
taking a
dark.
second.
Horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, this one is good.
Okay, I'll delete the
One
bowling
out
ball
of-
for now.
And then
Okay.
there's the dagger.
And then same thing with this.
Yeah, let me adjust it though.
Yep.
When it's darker, it'll probably look nicer. I hope. Let's zoom in. Oh, the base I can adjust, so we'll do that a little bit.
I was gonna say
Oh, cool.
the good part is I can do a different base if that needs to happen.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the part that's like 2000s RPG.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It actually it reminds me of like, what is it, like RuneScape and stuff like that?
It does, yeah. It totally
Yeah,
does.
that's
Yeah,
actually
I can
cool.
totally do a different base because I made them in 2 separate pieces. So
I'm gonna delete this one, Euphoria,
cool.
and duplicate this one. Feel free to create more of the same different and if we want to keep both, we can keep both later.
Okay. So now do the same and zoom this in.
Yep.
One?
Okay, is that it for our weapons there, Mama?
I do believe so. Yes. So I gotta fix the wrench was fine. I gotta flip the normals. On
Yeah, no
some
biggie.
of them, normals are a little flipped around. But the lock is there, so we got the lock now.
I am going to. Yeah, we're gonna. So when you're done, Euphoria, if you can place those throughout the house, I'm gonna go and try and duplicate them all again so that we have. And then when you place it, place one right next to each other so that there's twice as many.
Okay.
Because I really want this to start feeling like there's just a shit ton of weapons everywhere. So
Yeah,
that way
for sure.
people aren't like, I can't find weapons. It's like, sorry. Yeah.
I'm gonna switch back to my body.
Yeah, you do that.
Going to.
Oh, wait, before you do, Mama, you still here? She's gone. Never mind. guess I need to go in as the Vidyuu account now that I think about it. Okay, I found 3 of the weapons. Oh, there's another one. I don't know where the ones I missed.
So
So I
is
got,
it just these 2? Was there any other ones that I need to?
yeah, those are the only 2 for now. The other ones had some errors on it, so we'll get
So
those
do
in
you
later.
want me to make 2 copies of the sword?
Yeah, so wherever you place it, just make a second one right there.
Oh,
And
okay.
then delete probably the little invisible cube that you've got in that room.
Okay, sounds good.
And yeah, I think I've got them all now duplicated. So yeah, whatever rooms you put those in, it's fine. Just delete the invisible cube.
Okay. Now
Yeah,
there's 3 cubes in this room that I'm placing in, like right in the entrance to the left. Do you want me to just delete 1 or delete more than 1 cube?
sorry, my brain was in a different place, so I couldn't actually listen. 1 second, let me
Yeah, no
write down
worries.
what I'm thinking, which is
Yep. And then let's do this room. Right.
okay. So we got all that. I think we're ready to go and do some testing. Play, stop, play. Alrighty, here we go. Yeah, I darkened it up again, and it looks much nicer. And the trees in the background look kind of nice too, actually.
Heck yeah.
So, sweet,
So I
sweet.
placed 2 in that room right there, but there was 3 blocks in there. I just got rid of 1 block. Do you want me to get rid of all 3?
Oh,
blocks
no,
over there?
no. Yeah, no,
Okay, I just got rid of 1.
yeah, it's good. Yeah, I wanted there to be a bigger chance of there being weapons in there. That was all. All right. Good luck, everyone. We'll just play one game first and make sure it works. Who's the sheriff?
I am.
Oh no, the murderer's coming after me.
No, no.
Legend by Mama Brie 30.
Ah, got me.
Wait, the game didn't end.
No.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, it says I've been shot by Euphoria.
I got bludgeoned by Mama Brie. Just says the game is in progress. Okay, so the game didn't end. Let's stop and reset the world. Everybody in build mode.
Okay.
Stop, play, stop. I suspect I messed up the check if enough players code, which should have been running.
Staircase of scripts.
It
Yeah,
might
I know.
have, it might have been due to fact that we died so quickly, sort of.
Maybe.
Maybe not. It wasn't that quick. Play, stop, play. Okay. We're gonna go play exactly the same thing, which is dumb. We're gonna do it. So it was before the timer was up. It was
Innocent.
murder
And
kills
then-
innocent,
And
and
then
then
sheriff
kills
kills
murder. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe I just built one of my ifs. I literally did so much rework of the logic today. So,
Oh dang.
so it could be anywhere.
Oh no.
That's
But
why
that
we
new
test.
pop-up when you die is really cool. Can't wait for you to see it, Euphoria.
Oh,
Okay, I'm innocent, so who's the murderer? You must be the murderer. Okay, well, I've been stabbed by Mama Brie 30. Nice.
Where are you?
That's really cool. I really, really like that. I got back in, guys. I'm sorry. But still, if you shoot the murderer, it should cause the game to end.
Where are you, murderer?
She's right here. Nice.
Oh.
Now, we still didn't get killed, but let's go into build mode and see what it says on the chat. Okay, stopping world. So the first thing that comes through is we get 5. So player 5 is whoever was the sheriff. Who was the sheriff?
Me.
Okay,
was.
Euphoria was the sheriff, so he was number 5. Number 8 is the murderer, so that was Mama Bree.
Mhm.
And number 2 was the innocent, so that was me. So 582 comes through. Let's check for enough players. And then we get 582 again. So we only get that coming through twice. There were 2 kills, so it does come through. But for some reason, it's not checking. I mean, it's not showing us as being removed from the list. So the checking of enough players should be coming from the player status tracker. The player status tracker is saying player list updates is received with sheriff, murders, and innocents. Set current sheriff to sheriff, murders to murds, innocents to NOs. Set sheriff alive. And then if sheriff is alive and the murder length plus the NO length doesn't equal 0. I think that's my mistake. I was trying to make this more efficient, but I think it's okay to just do this every single time. WTF, why not? Delete this code. I just remembered I'm recording. Sorry guys. I mean, what the heck? Let's just delete it. Here we go. I'll hit undo. Let's just try that one. All right, so it looks like this might be causing some bugs. So we're gonna move that out and just check every single time and delete that because what the heck? All right, let's go ahead and give that a try. We're gonna do the exact same thing. So clear, play, stop, play, and best of luck to us. I was like, wait, what's this red icon doing here? I'm coming. It thought I was a coin. Well, I was a coin. I mean, to be fair, I was a coin. It's weird because it usually doesn't track that, but it seems like their coin tracking movement is changing. I don't know. Weird. We'll have to do some more research. Okay, so I'm the sheriff. We're gonna do the exact same game. Who's the innocent?
I'm the innocent.
Okay, Euphoria's gonna kill Mama Bree, and then I'm gonna kill Euphoria.
Oh no! Been crowbarred.
I'm turning myself in.
Why is it not?
Whoa.
Oh
Whoa.
shit.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Do you see that?
I do.
Well, there's
Oh.
an infinite loop happening, first and foremost. Stop the world. Oh, I remember. That's why I didn't put it there. Oh, that's why I forgot why I did it that way.
It's like the pop-up just went to a raid.
258 250 200. So it definitely worked. But then we got into that infinite loop territory. So the problem was the player status tracker is also receiving an event when the game ends, which receives it with everybody as dead, which then causes an infinite loop, which I was aware of. So in my check, if enough players, I need to notice that if there is nobody assigned to be anything, then there's nobody playing, y'all. We don't need to do anything. So the is game over only sends game over if there are at least some players playing the game. So it has to be greater than 0. And so I'm going to do a count here where I count the number of players, and we'll grab number input of 0, and then we're going to go grab a few plus symbols. We need a plus symbol for the sheriff, and we need a plus symbol for the murders and the innocents. And we know that we can get the sheriff to be a number input by converting them to a number, which sounds ridiculous until you see how I do it, because it's so brilliant. So we're going to say, does the sheriff not equal empty, meaning they are alive, which returns a value of 1. So we're going to say is current sheriff not empty. And I'm noticing in here, we've already done that once, so we could have used this code for this, but that's okay. Current sheriff doesn't equal empty as number. Then we also want to add to it with the length of innocents and the length of murderers. And since this should only run one time, not infinite loop, we're going to let that roll. So play, clear, stop, play. And let's go into debug mode. Now let's just play one and make sure it works. I want to go into debug mode because it allows us to play the games faster, but that's okay. I'd rather just make sure it works. Debug mode also allows us to find or to make more bugs on accident. Yeah. Yeah, because you don't have the ability to check the different times as easily for the people at home watching. You've only got like 10 seconds to get all of your loop through, whereas normally you get 30 seconds. Okay, so same thing as before. Murderer kills innocent, sheriff kills murderer, and that should do the trick. I'm the murderer! Yay!
I'm the innocent. So
well, you just come with me, innocent. I've got a story to tell you about. Once upon a time, I was a woodcutter. That is.
The fact that your mouth was open, like coming at me.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
Sheriff under investigation. Sheriff Euphoria alive. 1 survivor, 0 murders escaped. You've been shot by Euphoria. This is cool because I get a larger pop-up than you because I died with your information. So I actually get both information, like who shot me and all the whole story.
Oh, wow.
It was a lot of work. But we did it.
Dang. That's cool.
I don't know if I did it in video or not. Today has been such a whirlwind. Let's actually go into debug mode now, since we've proven that the game works correctly as intended. We've solved probably the only bug. I just about punched a couch. We can delete the debug prints now that that's working. Okay. And then we're going to go into debug mode, variable manager, turn on the debug mode. Got to make sure to turn this off before we publish. Play, stop, play. All right, let's go play a few speed rounds.
Let's do it.
Cue starting 10 seconds. Okay, so we're just going to play it however, and just try to remember what roles you had and how you died and all that. I think the real tricks are when we get multiple murders is going to be the big thing.
Right.
Yeah, so.
No!
Hey, the gun dropped. Let's go. That's huge. Oh, I forgot to reference a raycast for the gun. That was a mistake. So if you want to come grab the gun here, Euphoria. Oh no, we did!
I was on the upper level. I waited for you to walk away from it.
So I didn't get the end game pop up. I got the you've been shot, but not the end game one.
I got the game over.
Okay, so it's just because I died at the last second. Apparently it didn't come through. It did work in the previous one, but I think it's a race condition. So I need to add a raycast. And
I like that, though, the gun drops and someone else can grab it now.
Yeah, I think I did it right. You were holding it, right? When I shot you, Mama?
Yes.
Yeah, sweet. So we got it working.
Yeah.
Okay, so then on that, I need a raycast. I think that's Smurfs, right?
Yes.
Yeah, just thought I'd throw a little Smurf action into this beautiful world. Don't you just love blood and murder and gore?
Smurfs.
Yeah. Okay, so 5, and we collide with players? No, we collide with nothing. Whatever. I guess I'll just leave it on both. Then I just need to go reference this. So we'll put this on top of the guy here.
So I guess if everyone is spawning in the front, when we do like the keys collecting, is it going to be like an instantaneous like teleport type win? Like as soon as you hit the last key in, it's like you win?
I wanted to have the doors open and you actually had to run out the door.
Run to them? Okay.
Yeah. That's a long-term plan though, so I haven't really got that far in my brain. That's like I'm not sure if we're getting this done this week, okay? Like we trying. We are trying.
Too, if like for secondary, if you could just like if there's a timer that you could also outrun in case you feel that the killer's camping the door.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like,
and then you got the timer too. Yeah, we'll need the timer to be on both sides so people can see it.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so we've got the raycast in, which was part of the problem. The other part of the problem was there was a race condition on the pop-up. And so under the pop-up manager, I needed to add like a 0.1 second delay to the end game pop-up. And so when end game pop-up is received, I'm going to create a new event, which is going to be called end game pop-up. And it's going to forward this on with a delay. End game pop-up is going to be received with the same parameters. So string called the pop-up. And then it's also going to be received with the player list. And I think I'm going to do something super cursed because I've started less caring recently about being as perfect as I used to be. And I'm just going to add a Boolean called is delayed, which is not going to do anything. It's just being there to allow me to create an overload. And if you've been following this series, you're very familiar with this idea of overloading because I keep talking about it because I've like been obsessing with it in my non-Horizon life. And so I'm using it all over the place here, which is dangerous, okay? Like, there's a reason for 2 years I preached against doing this. But anyway, we're going to do it anyway. So there we go. That should work. Oh, wait, I forgot to add a delay. It did add a 1 frame delay, which would work, but I want to add a 0.1 second delay. Send event with delay. And we're going to do 0.1 seconds. The humor got to me, guys. Just, it did. Okay. Is delayed should be set to true. I didn't even set the variable because I was just like, it doesn't do anything. End game pop up A B C D E. End game pop up. There we go. Okay, and that's going to cause that delay we need. So now we can script play, stop, play, and we'll do several of these fast-paced games, and the last person to get killed, the question is whether or not you have like a 5-line, because you get the 3 top lines and the 2 bottom lines, and so you just want to see that. Okay. Yeah, if you're the last person, do you get that or do you get an error? In fact, the error was super strange because I think we might have to try and recreate it. So remind me what happened last game, guys.
Innocent and murderer? Was that what we did?
Murderer killed innocent, and then
I was innocent
sheriff...
and I grabbed the gun.
Let's go out here.
Happened, right? Innocent killed murderer after detective died with gun.
Oh, okay, you're right. Got it. That actually could make sense for why it didn't work. Okay, so I'm the murderer, so I kill the sheriff, then you pick up the gun and you kill me.
Okay.
Look at that, fell on the ground, kind of nice. Murders win, sheriff dead, 0 survivors, 0 murders escaped. You've been shot by Euphoria.
No, let me out of here. Let me out of here.
It didn't show him as dead.
Let me out of here.
That's stranger than before. Okay, so there must be a bug with the innocents. Come out into build mode, Euphoria.
Yep.
Okay, and play and stop and play. There must be a bug with the innocents picking up the gun. So I was the last one killed and the pop-up was good. But because it's a race condition, it's like a 50% chance. But I think the code's good. But the query was, in the original one, it didn't say your name. It said was shot by, but it didn't say who shot me. Okay, so I'm the sheriff. Okay. So whoever the murderer is,
I'm the murderer.
You're gonna come and kill me, and then Mama's gonna pick up the gun and shoot you.
Okay. You have the gun on you?
Yeah, I do. Oh right, I gotta hold it. Been stabbed by Euphoria, and then Mama's gonna pick it up. Game over. Sheriff dead. 1 survivor, 0.
Got her out this time. You've
been
shot by Mama Bree 30. I got the extra information.
You've been stabbed by Euphoria.
Yeah, I just got the game over. Sheriff dead.
Wait, we all got teleported out though?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this time it did work.
Interesting.
Maybe just try one more time.
Wonder if it has to do with the join now timer.
It was pretty quick.
That was pretty quick.
First time I feel like was like right away.
Okay, I'm the murderer.
Alright, I'm the sheriff. Come kill me. I'm the front.
I'm looking for a weapon. As fast as I can. There's one. Okay. You get out there, look and see if it says join now still, or... Come on, I can't jump, I can't jump!
Okay, it says game over in 2 seconds.
Game over, sheriff dead, 1 survivor, 0 murders escaped.
Shot by Mama.
Nice. Well, so far so good. We did have a couple errors, but they haven't repeated. Gotta kind of keep trying to see if we can't repeat them. We might go to a longer length game just so we can test it better.
Yeah.
Okay,
murder.
I'm an innocent. We'll just play a regular game, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the recording here, though, and I will see you in part 6 for a breakdown of all the scripts, which is probably going to be recorded in at least a week because there's a lot of work left. So, bye for now. This part's just funny. It's an outro. Okay, you ready for this? Oh wait, I should say something interesting. Okay, you can go to our Discord, tag me at Lakes05. Super duper appreciate if you guys want to utilize our Discord. Happy to help answer questions there. We got lots of other community members who will be happy to answer questions too. Feel free to engage, promote your work, your worlds. You can also book me personally if you want to work with me one-on-one. I do one-on-one lessons for $100 an hour, and you can do that at vidyuu.com/lakes05. I'll put a link in the description for both of those. And without further ado, I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I will see you in the next one. Bye!